Did ancient Egyptians have blonde hair? Well, in order to understand this, in societies, ancient peoples did
Yo, yo, yo. Let me know, family, if you can hear me. You got the general in the house. I'm at the general. I'm looking for a name. I'm looking for something to call myself. I guess Trillblack will do. For now. All right, you can all see my face. Let me know. Let me know if you can see my face and if you can hear my voice clearly. Um, and we will begin. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I tried to change things up last minute. I rescheduled for 8:45. I don't know if anyone noticed that, but still came late to the show. Fashionably late, of course. Yeah. Right, press 1 in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear and if you can see me as well. I hope you can. We will commence. Hello, I see you all. I see you in the chat. Thank you. I'll start to mention your names one by one in a minute. Okay, come through then. What's that then? Thank you, Wildflower. That's okay, Don. You can do what you're doing. It's all right. Thank you, Wildflower. Thank you, Trap Effects. Thank you, I. Man, this is good. This is very good. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. I got the haters tears right there. The white supremacist Dricus Duplessis. I got his tears here. Right here. Trying to be African. You know, he thinks he had a W today or yesterday, whenever it was. Is he already been there and done that? Been there, done that. They're catching up. And they'll forever be catching up. You know? All this rubbish. Rah, rah, I'm a real African. Okay. Hope I got my Wildflower. Thank you. I see the spanner. I see you're one of the Medjay archers. Thank you for joining us. So please, you're gonna have to be on high alert. You know, recent developments have caused the channel to become a little something of a target. I didn't know. I put out a post yesterday about the I don't know if any of you follow UFC, about the little controversy with this colonizer, white South Afrikaner, saying he's the only real African who's got a championship belt, some rubbish like that. When you still had Francis Ngannou, Kamaru Usman, Israel Adesanya, all dominating the three kings of the UFC. You had this shameless individual there to answer a question about bringing the belt back to Africa, saying, "Oh, me and my fellow compatriot South African, we're the Africans in this business." Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. So made a post about that, community post about that yesterday, and what did that get me? It got me lots of trolls. So we might get them in the chat today. Wildflower, I hope you are on high alert with that bow and arrow. Shoot them down. Thank you very much. Thank you, Trap Effects. Yes, I see you. Thank you. Hi to La Williams. I'm the civilians general, the general civilian. That's what I like that. That just came to my mind. That's good. General civilian, civilians general. Yes. Oh, and as you can see, get yourself that on our website, trillblack.myshopify.com. If you like the look of it, you know. Please do dabble. Right. We got 33 people watching, I think. So I think we can go. Already late enough as it is. Okay. So today we're looking at what are we looking at? We're talking about hair and the ancient Egyptians, specifically black hair and the ancient Egyptians. Now, this is a topic that reveals more than you might think. Reveals more about who we have this battle back and forth, but really there's no battle. And if you look at something as simple as the hair of the ancient Egyptians, um, this is just another thing that proves that this debate is not really a debate. Um, I started this giving the other side of this quote unquote debate full court, sort of a long leash, coming to it as a genuine skeptic from either side. I try not to be biased. Forget the color of my skin, forget my heritage. I try not to be biased. But one of the things, one of the pillars, one of the barriers, I think someone put it very, very well. They put it in terms of Occam's razor. One of the things that makes a Black Egypt all that much more like nonsensical to even debate, to question, is the hair of the ancient Egyptians. And tonight I'm going to share my screen with you. I'm going to start somewhere. We're going to start from the ancient testimony, textual testimony, ancient testimony. And we're going to start from one particular text. And I think we all know the one I'm going to pull up. So I'll share my screen with you all here. I'm using a completely different software, so I hope there are no hiccups today. And I thought I'd just try out going live with my face on the screen for the first time as well. So this is what I look like, somewhat like or what's his name, Morpheus, someone like him, not too far off, not too shabby, I might say myself. No, I'm joking. So let's go. Let me share the screen with you guys. Let's go. Okay, you know how to do that. Okay, let's do that. And we can share screen. Okay. Was it that? It's not share screen, is it? Here we go. Hope that comes up. Is it coming up? No. Let's go. Allow. Right. There we go. Hope you can all see what I can see. I see Takutori in the chat there. Don't even know if that's how you say the name, but Wildflower, just have a look at the guy. Have a look at the guy. Keep your eye on him. Looks like a troublemaker. I don't know what you're talking about. Optics aren't working. What are you talking about? You're talking about optics aren't working. Optics aren't working for what? Right. Let's do this. Let's look at the ancient testimony. Before we start that, I'd like to say thank you, Trap Effects. We got a super chat from Trap Effects, $4.99. He says, when Trill does a video on the similar links between the ancient Egyptians, and his and mine people, it will raise mad awareness. The sculptures of our people is too similar. Thank you very much for that, Trap Effects. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right. Let's see if I can improve on that. Tough task. Let's go. Right. Here we have Herodotus speaking. He's writing this in his famous tome, The Histories. He says, my own conjectures are found first on the fact that they speaking about the Colchians, are people he thought were similar. So he thought these people were similar. So he says, my own conjectures are found first on the fact that they are black-skinned and have woolly hair. And then he goes on to say, which certainly amounts to but little, etc., etc., etc. I'm going to go too deep into it. But he thinks that the ancient Egyptians, as you can read on the screen, he thinks the ancient Egyptians, the Kemetians, are they're black folks, and they really can't get past this. The haters cannot get past this quote. played many tricks with it over the years. But that is what the ancient record says. We have many others. We have Armianus Marcellinus talking about the Egyptians are, it, as a rule, he says, I'm paraphrasing, but I think it's close enough to a good quote. He says, but as a rule, Egyptians are black skinned and brown with skinny calves, slender. He describes slender black people, as you will find in East Africa, uh, East slash Northeast Africa. Okay, that's what I mean. That's a Roman. That's a Roman, much later than Herodotus says. So that's the ancient record. Specifically on the hair, though, again, black skin and have woolly hair. Let's go on to the next slide I've got for you on the screen here. On the screen here, I did a video a few months back, about a year ago now, almost a year ago, probably about a year ago, and I went into detail on that word, on that specific word, okay, and that word there used by Herodotus, I believe, was let's have a look at it. Not that word, no. Okay, here we go. Uloctriches. Uloctriches, and you can see it there on the screen. And one of the, no, is it? Sorry, Uloctriches. You can see it on the screen there. Okay. And if I zoom in, I've taken this offline. I've downloaded and screenshotted it just in case I have any problems with the streaming or the internet, so that I didn't have to rely on the internet per se. So what you're looking at on the screen right there on the screen is in Greek fonts, the word Uloctriches at the top left-hand corner. And you have, this is a translation from, it's abbreviated to LSJ there, but it's a renowned um, anthology of classical Greek words translated into English. And the word there for for woolly hair, properly speaking, is crisp curly hair. Right down here in the middle, under English LSJ, you will see the word crisp curly hair, like quotes. I'm quoting, I'm reading off the screen. This is before white people, sorry to use that phrase, I'm not coming for the group as a whole, but this is before the white establishment thought that they were at risk of black academics ever getting their hands on these terms and on these books. This is well before they thought we would ever be paying attention. But right here, LSJ, I think it's Lewis something and Johnson, something like that. They classify this Greek translation Uloctriches as crisp, curly hair, like Negroes. You can see the word there, like Negroes, before they thought we were paying attention. Okay, like Negroes. That is what Herodotus describes the hair of the typical ancient Egyptian as looking at. So, you will get people throwing up, and this is what they like to do. They like to throw up non-typical, uh, I'd say dubious provenance statues in our faces, predominantly. As you will see this evening, predominantly the statues, the artwork, the text, the legends, all of this that when you get it from the archaeological record, depicts black people at the very, very, very most generous. You could say Nilotic black people, East African black people, who sometimes, let's be honest, like to get uppity and think that they are not part of the wider mass of Black Africa. But by and large, keeping it a buck, we're all family. But at the very most conservative, Nilotic East African, okay? That is what you will get when you look in the archaeological record. And doesn't matter what they say and they try to tell you, you're looking really at Mediterraneans. That is the level of gaslighting we have when it comes to Egyptology. You just ignore that. Herodotus describes them as having crisp, curly hair like Negroes. I didn't write this. I did not write this. This was written well before I was born, well before, maybe not before my father was born. My father's a pretty old man. Okay, but let's move on. My father's ancient, by the way. He's an ancient man. Right, let's move on. I'll play that video for you guys later. Now we are on to Diodorus Siculus. Diodorus Siculus is another Greek writer. I think I might someone correct me in the chat. I might be wrong here. I might be wrong here, but in the chat, if you can correct me, I think he's writing in the Roman era now. So much later now. Oh my goodness, we got a super chat in. Thank you very much. I'm reading it out right now. Black Rampage 2. Black Rampage 2 says your work is much appreciated. Salutes. Thank you very much, Black Rampage. That's um brings a not to be facetious. It warms the heart. It warms the heart. See people appreciating like that. Thank you very much for that, Black Rampage. We also have this testimony from Diodorus Siculus, writing in about a Greek writing in the Roman era or close to the Roman era. He says this in his book, what's this book called? He calls it not the Histories. That was Herodotus. This tome is called, I can't remember, but this is from Diodorus's pens or quill, whatever it was they used back then, a quill and ink. But there are also a great many tribes of the Ethiopians, some of them dwelling in the land lying on both banks of the Nile and on the islands in the river, others inhabiting the neighboring country of Arabia. A great many. No. I mean, mine's not saying, look, a great many other tribes of the Ethiopians. He's describing people. He's been talking about Egypt. Okay, this is what he's been talking about Egypt, right? And he classifies the Egyptians as a class of Ethiopians. And he says a great many other tribes of the Ethiopians, some of them dwelling in the land lying on both banks of the Nile. And guess what? He goes further. He says others inhabiting the neighboring country of Arabia. That goes back to what a lot of people like to point out. And what they point out a lot of the time is that actually the Arab Peninsula, at least southern Arabia, that's why when you go to Yemen today, you will find many a black person. They didn't just get there because of slavery, because a lot of people like to pretend that what we're looking at when we see black people outside of Africa are descendants of slaves. That's not the case. Diodorus Siculus, thousands of years before these pseudos came along, is telling you that a great many native blacks inhabit the country of Arabia. Indigenous, endogenous. And he says, still others residing in the interior of Libya. Listen to the description of them. He says, the majority of them, and especially those who dwell along the river. What river is that? The Nile River, are black in color and have flat noses and what? Look here. Let me just zoom in slightly. Okay. Flat noses and woolly hair. Let me just read out a couple of super chats. Coming in. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this, family. Let's go up. I mean, Strap Effects. Oh my goodness, Strap Effects again in the super chat say, "Yo, Trill, have you seen the pyramids in our land?" If you are referring to the pyramids in Sudan, so we're talking inner Africa, yes, I have. If you're speaking of pyramids spread across Africa that the colonialists took pictures of and documented in the early 20th century, I've seen those as well. Thank you for that super chat, £1.99. And then we also have Surfactant. Let me just read out Surfactant. It's good to see you. It's good to see Surfactant in the chat. I think I missed you last live of the Kings when the King was gracing us with his presence. My guy, I'm so mad I missed your stream with TKM. Yes, your face matches your voice. Thank you. I hope that's a good thing. I hope that's a thing. That's a good thing. All right, let's move on. Thank you for the super chat, Surfactant. That's another real one. Okay. Let's go. Let's zoom out of this here. But we've seen what Diodorus Siculus says. This is pre the whitewashing of ancient Egypt. This is pre the stealing of ancient Egypt, pre Ben-Hur and pre 10 Commandments and pre all of this rubbish that robs black Africans of their history. Imagine how sick you must be to sit on documents like this and to rewrite history and to pretend Let's move on. We got a long night ahead of us. Let's move on. Okay. But again, pay close attention. Black in color, have flat noses and woolly hair. What's that word properly when it's at home? Let's look at that word. Um, let's go again. LSJ, this concordance of classical Greek. It translates that word. Diodorus Siculus uses it's a sort of a derivative. It's a derivative of uloktrikes. And the word here is ulos or uloi. Maybe that's where we get the word wool. It kind of sounds like wool, ul. And Diodorus Siculus, writing years after Herodotus, uses a derivative of the word uloktrikes. And again, zoom in, and you will find that the definition for that word is woolly, of thick, fleecy wool. Go down, see where my cursor is on the screen. Crisp, close curling hair, crinkled, twined, twisted. Sheep. There we go. There we go. Okay. Right. Let me come out of sharing the screen with you, and let me show you. Oh, do I need to show you that? Just for people who will be watching this back and saying we came with no receipts, let me play for you Dr. Rebecca Futo Kennedy, what she says specifically on this word, this term. Come out of sharing screen. Okay. Set this up. Really should be able to come out of that. Right. Let me show you what Dr. Kennedy says. That. Let's go to 5 minutes. I think it's around the 5-minute mark.
We know where these things are going to pop up. We can't actually use genes to make this.
Right. Just so we know, just a background, Dr. Rebecca Futo Kennedy, I believe, is an Egyptologist, and she is going to drop some gems on this matter. This is what she had to say on it, on the topic, on another YouTube channel, maybe 2-3 years back now. And this is someone being honest. This is so when again, look, we are the human family here, and you will get truth coming out of black lips and white lips as well on this topic. It's just a shame that predominantly, white Western academia doesn't want to give this up. But here is an honest white academician telling you the truth. Okay, listen to her.
This decision. Herodotus describes a group of people called the Colchians as being black. And I would push, he doesn't say that they have dark skin and woolly hair. They say have black skin and kinky hair. Using woolly hair actually pretends that the word that he's using is the same word that's used for sheep, and it's not. Sheep's hair is not the word they use to describe people's hair. So,
you heard that. I don't need to go over that. You heard what she said. It's crisp. I'll just play it again. In fact, let me just let her go on a bit longer.
So we want to be careful. It's like tightly twisted, right? Or kinky hair, not woolly hair. And it's.
Thank you. Let's move on. Okay. We got that, chat? Tell me if you heard that, chat. Kinky hair. That's a white academician telling you kinky hair. Press 1. In fact, forget 1. Type kinky. Kinky in the chat. I want to see kinky. Kinky. Not that type of kinky. Kinky as in for hair, like my beard right here. Type kinky in the chat if you understand what kinky means. That's what, properly speaking, Herodotus knows, describes, and not just Herodotus, but Diodorus Siculus. Okay, I need my kinky in the chat, family. I need my kinky in the chat. Okay, just to know that you're paying attention, just to test who's paying attention. Right, now we're gonna go on from this. But I'm gonna share the screen again. I'm gonna show you the next slide. Right, let's have a look. Okay, present. Let's share screen. Okay, let's go. Such a shame. Such an absolute shame. Okay, this is where we are. Right. Again, You see that word there? It's uloi. Uloi. Thank you, Sir Factant. I see Kinky in the chat. Now, there is somewhere else that the word, there's another word, and let me just zoom in here. In the Bible, just to digress, in the Bible, you have the word, you've got Jesus's hair described as in the same terms, but not exactly the same terms. Uh, Saint John says that his hair, okay, let me just. Saint John says Jesus's hair, was like wool, but that I think refers to the color of it. And the word I think that's used there, if you can see on the screen, is erion. Okay, Greek, you can see there, and I think it pertains to the color of it. So that specifically is to the color of it. I'm not sure that it necessarily pertains to the texture of it. Okay, but that's interesting. That's an interesting aside about our Lord's hair. I'm gonna go on. Okay, so let's move on from that. That seems clear enough. That's the ancient testimony. That's the ancient testimony about the ancient Egyptians and their hair type. We're just dealing with hair tonight. We could talk about lots of other things. Let's come out. Now let's go to my folder here on the Egyptians and what their hair actually looked like. When they depicted themselves, you have to go to what the Egyptians depicted themselves looking like. Okay? And when they depicted themselves in various ways. So we're going to go through the hairstyles that the Egyptians themselves showed themselves as having. Predominantly now. You will find people in the archaeological record, when you dig up these sites, who have flowing hair. That can be found in Africa as well. Okay, amongst Black Africans, particularly, I have East African friends, Ethiopian friends, Somalian friends, particularly amongst the East African subset. So when anthropologists and genetic experts tell you that Africa is the most genetically diverse continent in the world, they mean it. Within Africa, you will have the tallest race of men, and you will also have the shortest race of men. Think of it statistically as a span. So when people think of Africans, Black folks, as just one type, that's kind of shows that they never left home. They just in their mom's basement somewhere watching. I don't know what they watch. I don't know. But watching some stereotypes of Black folks. Black Africa, let's just say, is the most proper Africa, is the most genetically diverse place on earth. Okay? So, but typically speaking, this is the range of hairstyles you will see the ancient Egyptians being adorned with. Yes, someone, literally someone, I think that's a new member. We have someone, I've not seen your face before. I think you're a new member, and he says we need a member alert as well. We need a member alert in there. Thank you. Welcome on board. Again, if you want to be a member of the channel, it's as little as, I think, £2. Don't know what that is in dollars. $4 maybe a month, literally a month. So if you want to do that, please go ahead and join us. That really, really would help. Goes towards things I can do for the channel, like tonight having this nice easy stream setup. Goes towards little things like that makes this a much more well-oiled operation. Okay, someone says, how are they going to explain that? They're going to say that's a hat. Okay, I presume you're talking about what you can see on the screen. What you can see on the screen is the earliest recorded dentist in the world, Hesi Ra, and this is how he looked when he was in his youth. This is his hair. Yes, actually, someone, in response to your question, to be serious, they actually go away and say all of these are wigs. Nobody in Egypt ever went around with their natural hair. It was all wigs. This is exactly how these psychopaths explain away African hair, Afro hair that you will see on the walls of Egypt. that their movies, their documentaries, their fake movies and their fake documentaries, and the selected images that they show you does enough. It'd be like me maybe 100, 200, 500 years from now, trying to prove to the world that America was black. It was just a black place. The majority population in 1990 was black, and it was a black world. And what I do is then I show you pictures of only black people, and I say, look, they were black. That's exactly what they do with ancient Egypt. They find few and far between, and I mean that, few and far between pictures of people who look ambiguous. Okay, people who look whitish, and they'll present that and they'll say, see, these are Afrocentrists. They don't know what they're talking about. They were, at the most, they'll say they were diverse. What they won't do is show you the 70%, 70, 80, 90%. It varies across which dynasty, which era of Egypt you're talking about. 70, 80, 90% of pictures, of images that show the kind of people I'm showing you right now. This is not a wig. This is not a wig. Such a wig, as far as I know, has yet to be found. So this, and I'm showing you this tonight because, we talk about mummies. The thumbnail for this was, what have they done to the mummies? Like, we're going to delve into that. But why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because I made an analogy last week, and I like it. I'm going to use it again. What they do with this debate, what they've done with this debate, is to problematize the clear evidence. They say, well, this is a wig, or well, this is this and this is that. You're not really looking at what you're looking at. Let us interpret what you're looking at. They keep doing that until they come to something that they think, this is the analogy I used. I use the analogy of, say you're playing a little bro, or somebody who's you're playing a board game, or a game that involves physical strength or skill, and you've got the upper hand in some way. You've got the upper hand in terms of skill, and you keep winning against this newbie or whatever. Okay, you keep winning instead of the individual saying, okay, you got me beat, I'm beat, you're the better man, you're the better person. Okay, instead of that, this little bro or this inferior person says, oh, it's because of this, if it's because of that. And you say, okay, do you want to change the rules up? Yeah, let's change the rules. Yeah, it's because you got an advantage with that. Okay, I'll wrestle you with one arm tied behind my back. You still beat them. Oh, well, it's because look at that, those massive biceps on that one arm. Do you know what? It's unfair. Okay, so I'll fight you with no arms. I'll kick you. Okay, fine. I still win until you're on the floor. I don't know. You're on the floor crawling on your belly or something, and you're still winning. Somehow you're still winning. But say it gets to a ridiculous point and you stop winning. That's when your opponent is happy and says, right, now it's balanced. Now you can see my superior skill. And you're like, well, literally, I'm fighting with two arms tied behind me, my legs bound up. Like, what do you mean now? Now this is the game they play. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about genetics. They've landed on genetics. They've had years and years of not knowing what to do with the ancient record, not knowing what to do with the faces that you see on the walls, the statues. They've had centuries of their own Egyptologists saying things like, these were a black people. It's evident. They've had years of that. However, in the modern era, they've now found genetics. And the reason they love genetics is because genetics can be manipulated, or at least can be manipulated in a way that looks a certain way. Okay? And I'm showing you all of this tonight to say, look, this is what is already on record. Before we get to the mummies, if you have, let me put it this way. I don't want to overcomplicate this. If you have you play it with your children. If you got kids, right? This is the kind of thing you do with kids. If you have 10 things or 10 images or of, I don't know, say you got 9 ducks, 9 red ducks, sorry, 9 yellow ducks, and one of them you got, sorry, 10 yellow ducks. You got 9 that are yellow and one of them is red. Okay, which one's the odd one out? Right, it's the red duck. Shouldn't be there. Okay, something's wrong with that picture. Shouldn't be there. You move the red duck, you look for a 10th yellow duck and you put it in the picture. That makes more sense. Okay, the 9 yellow ducks are the ancient record, the history of the Egyptians, the cultural continuity, the hair that you will see, the phenotype you will see in the statues, in their artistic record. All of that are the 9 ducks. The 10th duck that doesn't make any sense, that has to be brought in line with what you're seeing, is the red duck of, I don't know, mummies with red hair. Okay, but they play on that 10th duck and they say, oh, see, you know, they found a mummy with red hair. They found some mummies with red hair, so definitely, you know, you guys are all Afrocentrists. Until you actually say, no. If something's wrong, something's gone awry there. We shouldn't view the odd thing out as superseding all the 10 things or the 9 previous things that point to this as the truth, and just like so we'll just pretend we've not seen the walls, we've not seen the ancient record, we've not seen all these other things. We'll just pretend we've not seen that, and we'll just go with your redhead mummy, and we'll say, right, you've won the debate. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. We've got to dig deeper, and we will dig deeper later on this evening. I'm just showing you this to show that this is what you've got to match their findings with, their so-called findings. And guys, I'm going to show you some fraud tonight. When it comes to those mummies, I will show you some fraud. Okay, it's not something I've discovered. It's what other people have put out there. That's out there. You can find it yourself, but it's suppressed. You know, a lot of these things aren't they're not stuff that people are just discovering. They've been there, but they're just suppressed. They play a very disgusting game with the mummies that you will find in ancient Egypt. A very disgusting game. Right, let's go on. I'll just go read out some super chats. We get some super chats coming in. I press 1 if you understand what I'm trying to say there. If you guys kind of feel me with what I'm trying to say with the whole analogy of the odd one out, just let me know in the chat. Press 1. I just want to know. One is all I need from one person. If you feel me, if you understand what I'm saying. I gotta read the super chats out. I got Black Rampage 2 coming in again, saying, I've rarely seen a channel with such a great likes to like viewers ratio. Thank you. The crowd is seriously loyal. Rock on, Trill. Thank you for that. Thank you, brother. And then we've also got, again, Black Rampage says, the exception to the rule doesn't break the rule. Thank you. In fact, you can keep your ones. You can keep your ones, your ones, your press ones. The exception to the rule doesn't break the rule. If ever there was, I mean, if that came, that's wisdom. Let's just leave it at that. That is wisdom. The exception to the rule doesn't break the rule. You don't start interpreting the evidence, the preponderance of evidence that points one way with an outlier, and say, well, we found this one person that had red hair, and therefore Afrocentrists bad and liars, and it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. But even with that, you'll see that they have to lie. You'll see that they have to lie with the mummies. I'll show you that very soon. Very soon. All right, this is SC Ra. Go on to we'll zoom out of him there. That's a African man. Like I said in my latest in the last video I did on the channel there, I called him an African man extraordinaire. You are looking at an African man extraordinaire on the screen. You've got his plump lips and you've got his afro textured hair being shown right there. Okay, let's move on. You're looking at Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III. Now, with this image, this is a reconstruction. That's another reconstruction. You can see a black man with an afro. And you can see quite clearly that it's an afro because if you notice, in actuality, this is a reconstruction. Right? This second image is a reconstruction. When I first saw this, I couldn't believe it. But I thought I looked hard. This. Oh my goodness. I'm digressing loads. You will find that authentic images when you go digging into the ancient. What is it like? Let me. Oh my goodness. Woo! When I started this, I came even-handed. I came as an unbiased skeptic, and I saw this image and I thought, no, come on. No, it can't be. No, it can't be. So what we out here fighting about? What we out here debating? So, I saw this and I was amazed. But then I soon came across as you do if you keep looking into this into this our history, soon came across people saying this is a reconstruction. It's an Afrocentrist reconstruction. Then I found this reconstruction. But it wasn't until, shout out to Kweli Mika, and he said the same thing. He said he went looking and somebody hit him up with the real images. The real image, this real image that of Amenhotep III, okay? You will find it obscured away in the Louvre in France, in Paris, okay? And there's a reason for that, because this is what the actual image looks like. Look at it. You don't need a reconstruction to tell you what you're looking at. Right there. Amenhotep III, when he was drawn by the Egyptians, looked like this. Okay? When he was drawn by his own people, when he said, look, man, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to do a side profile of me in the typical Kemetic style, do me a side profile right now. This is what they came up with. Okay, this is what the artist produced. This is not a reconstruction. So tell me, which one looks even more? Because I'm looking at this, I'm thinking this looks much more like a black man than this. This almost looks like a cartoon now when you see this, when you go to the original thing. But again, you have people say this is untrue to the real image, and this is a poor reconstruction. Is actually very truthful. It's actually very faithful. This is the original construction. This is the original art piece done by the ancient Egyptians of Amenhotep III. Okay, what you can see there again, if we're focusing on hair, is African hair. African hair. Okay, let's keep going. The same Afro texture you can see on boatmen. You've got a lot of these boat figures throughout Egypt, throughout the archaeological record that that they dig up again and again. Boatmen on the River Nile. I'll zoom in there. I mean, this guy's got a much darker shade of black or brown on him, so there's no ambiguity about what you're looking at there. But the rowers behind him look much more, let's say, East African and Northeast African than, say, South of the border there. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, I'm gonna keep going, and I'm gonna just hit up the next one. Now, let me just Woo-wee. Woo-wee. This guy's in a basement somewhere. I'm not joking. This guy, I believe this guy is in the basement of the I think it's the Cairo Museum. Okay? The Cairo Museum. They keep this guy in the basement. And I tell you, it's not by accident. It's not just an oversight. It's not something that you do because. Someone said Musée de Brésion. Is that French? Musée de Brésion. I don't know how to say that, but I love that name. Musée de Brésion. Let me know, Musée, if I'm saying your name right there. Press 1. Yeah, you can press 1 too. My goodness. He says, Musée de Brésion says, black man standing on business. Thank you. That's exactly what you see. That's a lovely comment. That's a wonderful comment. Black man standing on business. Okay. You know, I cannot believe it. That's the hair texture you see there. Now, again, once again, you could say that's a wig, or you could be honest and you could look at this individual and say, that's an Egyptian man. Okay. Wearing his normal hair. Okay. Now, I wish I could grow my hair like that, but as you can see, some of us have to go au natural. No wigs. Okay. We keep going. Okay, wow. Eritrean. Wow, okay. That's interesting. Ancestors of the Egyptian, right in the building. In the building. Thank you very much for joining us. I've not seen before, but thank you for joining us. Okay. I mean, I said ancestors, descendants. Descendants of the Egyptians right there. Okay, right. Once again, more afros. Right here, you have Queen Tia sporting a wig. No. Sporting what looks like a well coiffured hairstyle in the shape of an afro again. Again, we have Middle Kingdom figure from a boat model. Figure from a boat model. I think this is circa, it says at the top here, 981 to... That's a very long time span they've given that. They don't know. This is the thing again. A lot of Egyptology is flobbing. A lot of Egyptology is massive guesswork. But when it comes to the race, the ethnicity, the nativity of the Egyptians, we don't have to guess. This, again, does not look like a man from Assyria or modern day Egypt. This looks like a black man. Let's be honest. Okay. And again, I've not selected here. I've not been selective. The images you are seeing are typical. And I'll give you an example. Let me give you a quick example. Do you know what? I'll say that for later because we've got a lot of work to do. Let me just read a super chat. I must not be remiss this evening. I have to get to all the super chats that come through. I think we had one. Okay, Donna T says the North is occupied. Their survival depends on lies. The North is occupied. Their survival depends on lies. Yes, it does. Do you know? I think one of the things we have to realize is that if the current inhabitants of Egypt were to admit that, look, by and large, we are the descendants of relative newcomers, invaders, which is fine. Like, do you know what? I actually have no beef. I have no beef with being like people being the ancestors of the descendants of invaders or what. That's human history. That is human history. Okay. But what I have beef with is when you invade somewhere, rewriting. Who does that? Who goes back, moves into a house? You move into a beautiful mansion, Victorian era, Georgian era, whatever, Edwardian, and you start to chip away. Like in England here, we have buildings that are like grade listed, and that just means that they are protected almost. You can't do certain renovations. You can't do certain renovations because we have such rich history in the United Kingdom. The British have a long line of just history, okay, and they're very proud of that, and rightly so. And what they protect that by something called grade listings, and so if you move into a house, sometimes you take out a mortgage or you buy a house outright, and if you have the money, and you move into a house and it's got historical significance. I'm just explaining this for our American brothers and sisters. It has historical significance. Maybe the time era it was built in. It still maintained its structure. Its certain fixtures from that era. So they protect it. You can't make certain changes to that building. Okay, now without extra special permission, and even then, I don't think they allow you. They're protected by the grade listing. It would be like, and that's good. But imagine a society where you moved into a house like that and you tried to like retrospectively chip away at all the history and then pretend like you and your ancestors and your father and your father's father lived in that house for time immemorial. Wouldn't you just move into the house? Wouldn't you just move into the house and appreciate the history that you're living in and just say, wow? So that's my problem. My problem isn't with like, and I think that's the thing. They have a schizophrenia. They have a schizophrenia, and you all know who I'm talking about. They have a schizophrenia because they know that what they're sitting on isn't theirs. They're on the shoulders of giants. And so instead of acknowledging that, this small-minded, small man syndrome, like, has to retrospectively pretend and rewrite and say, we were the original Egyptians. We were this, and you're the one stealing our history, and blah, blah, blah. That's what I think's going on. When it comes to this topic, that's what I think's going on. But hey, each to their own, whatever, whatever. Okay, I think we're done with the afros. Yep, I think we're done with the afros. Let's go on to bobs and shoulder length curls. Again, is the cross section of Egyptian hair. You got, look at these women, and there's something else they try to pretend. They try to pretend that they will tell you that whenever you see Egyptian women, they're always painted in yellow. I have a theory about why they're always painted in yellow. Look out for a video. I think I'm 2 videos away from that video. But I might just fast forward and just drop it anyway. But I've got a schedule I'm trying to keep to. But there is a video that's coming out on why you see on the Trillblack channel. There will be a video coming out on why you see some ancient Egyptian women depicted on the walls in yellow. Okay, keep an eye out for that. But here you have brown-skinned women, lightly colored than the male in the picture. But again, the schizophrenia we're talking about pretends that what you're looking at here when you see this hair is anything other than black hair. Okay? Anything other than black hair. But that's a lie. You can clearly see this hair is kinky all the way through. This is perm. This is treated black hair. This is treated black hair. You can see I have, let's say, white friends, white family, okay? And they are constantly, when they want to go out somewhere, whatever, constantly struggling to get their hair to a level of curvature. Let's say curvature, kink, curl. For whatever event it is, I don't know. Sometimes, women like to do their hair a different style, but they struggle. My shout out to my Caucasian friends and family of the female extraction. They struggle perpetually to get their hair that, just like a black person would struggle to get their hair, like if they wanted their natural hair to flow and just, you would have to perm to get it a certain way. What you are looking here is treated East African black hair, because you can see the kink and the curls flowing down all the way through. But they pretend as if they can't see that. They pretend they miss out the skin tone. They tell you that's olive, and then they pretend also that they can't see the hair that they're seeing. Okay, all right. We got another one there. Again, yeah, the yellow color. Let me just come out right and say it right now. I'll just come out and say it right now. In a lot of this, you have darkly colored women. This is one angle to this whole yellow women theory. In some cases, yes, what you're seeing is somebody of that hue. But in a lot of cases, you will see that coloration let me just give you a little sneak peek right now. Coloration for men and women, and there's a reason for this, and I'm gonna do my best not to say this, okay? Because it's for another video. Coloration tends to be different for men and women. Okay, men have this deep dark brown. Women tend to go with this lighter brown. Now, that's how they chose to depict the difference between men and women. In some cases, though, the material, the text, the texture, and the color they've used for a woman is more prone, because it's of a lighter shade, whatever, or a light or different material, a different mix altogether. It tends to be more vulnerable to fading. Someone says, Renaissance woman says, looks faded. Yes, you can see that. And that is to not even take into consideration the very well documented fact that modern curators of this material quote. I mean, look, I just have to say, go on the King's Monologues channel. He's been putting out some shorts about this, and he's showing how they under the guise of maintaining these pieces, under the guise of we're trying to maintain this work, they literally scrub off the skin off the walls. They scrub it off. They literally, wherever they can make what you're looking at ambiguous, whenever they can make it look ambivalent so that you don't know what you're looking at, they will do that. They will do that. But that's for another day. That's for another video. Okay? Right, let's move on. Okay. Right, you got, again, black women with the same downy sort of kinky locks. So after that one's a bit X-rated. Let's just keep going. Let's keep it moving. Okay. Again, African women. I posted earlier on today in a community post. I posted Beyonce, and I juxtaposed Beyonce. I put her right next to some of these images you're seeing here. That shout out to Trap Effects. Trap Effects really helped me out with that. Trap Effects sent me a meme, and the meme showed Beyonce on one side, and on the other side it showed, like, I think one of these images that I'm showing you, and it says America today will call Beyonce black, and then look at these images and say white or Middle Eastern. You know, you look at Beyonce. Beyonce is not even as dark as these women. You know, I don't even think Michelle. If we go down the Destiny's Child line, right? Destiny's Child. How old am I? Right. Nobody today, if they're born after, I don't know, born after 1999, 2000, nobody knows that Beyonce was actually part of a group called Destiny's Child. But if we go down, if we say just take Destiny's Child, some of these women aren't as dark as who is it? Let's say Kelly. Was it? No. Michelle. You know, some of these women aren't as dark as Michelle. And Michelle used to get a lot of heat back in the day as being the dark one. I think Kelly's quite dark, yeah. All right. Let's go. More African women with African style hair. And again, you will go to the east of Africa and you will see women still wearing their hair like this. Like this. With the same phenotypes. Again, notice the nose of the Egyptians that you're looking at. They don't protrude. Their noses aren't. Their noses aren't. They don't have a nose bridge in the same sense that their the modern day Egyptians have. The descendants of Turks and Ottomans and later Arabs and French and British. The descendants of these people have a tendency to have a prominent nose bridge. When you look at the Egyptians, they don't have, as they draw themselves, they don't have that. They have an indentation across their nose bridge. I hope you can you understand what I'm talking about there. Okay. Again, back to the whole yellow woman theory. These women aren't yellow, but you can see that their skin isn't of that deep dark brown as you tend to see. But even hair still, I think it's even darker hair. Their skin coloration is even darker. But if you zoom in, you can see again the person, whoever's been commissioned to do this, has gone out of their way to show layers. Watch where my cursor is. You can see the texture of the hair done in miniature triangles, just to accentuate the fact that you're looking at kinky hair done in a downy, ringlety fashion. Okay. That's what Herodotus meant when he said they have black skin and woolly hair. Okay, let's keep going. Some more African women with kinky, ringlety, downy hair. This individual is a man, potentially a priest. Book of the Dead, I think this is from. Yes, I've got it labeled at the top left-hand corner there. Book of the Dead, this is from. I don't know which individual in particular this is, but again, you would have to be out of your mind to pretend that you are looking at anything other than an African man right in here in this picture. You would have to have been either that or on the decades worth of brainwashing that no. What you're looking at is an East African Ethiopian. Get out. Just get out. Get out of just get away from your tablets, your phone screens, your memes, your stupid movies, gods and monsters, ancient Egypt with Gerard Butler pretending to be, cosplaying. Get out of all that rubbish and go and look at what the Egyptians drew. Go and look at what the Egyptians painted, and go travel to Africa. I never forget, who was it? We did a live, 2 lives, 3 lives ago. The Great Debate. You had remind me, chat. Remind me. You had 2 people on either side. You had the great African American, Black American doctor who helped a lot of us. Chancellor Williams. Was it Chancellor Williams? Not Chancellor Williams. Anyway, help me in the chat, guys. You had him on one side, and you had another. I can't remember her name either now. And she was saying that the Egyptians were not black. The same old rubbish. And she'd never been to Egypt. She'd never stepped foot in Egypt. If she stepped foot in Egypt, this is somebody professing to know what the ancient Egyptians were like and had never stepped foot in Egypt. If she'd stepped foot in Egypt, she would know that the further down you go, Upper Egypt, further down you go into Egypt, the more the people resemble what you see on the walls, on the in the represented as statues. She would have known that. Well, now she would have known that, but she would have still pretended like, not to see, like as they tend to do. Okay, let's keep going. Again, deep brown, ringlety hair, shoulder length bob. There we go. We got some more. This is, I think, from the Book of the Dead. Got an Nilotic East African man there. There you go. Okay, let's go. I'm going to come out of this. I think I made my point with that. Let's go. Let's look at the side look. This is interesting. I'm skipping a few here because we got stuff to get to. So here's the side look. Now, we've all seen this either done in representations in The Mummy Returns, popular movies, docudramas, whatever, on the ancient Egyptians. But there are only one group of people who still wear their hair like this till today. And guess where you can find them? Yeah, Africa. You got the Himba people. I believe they are a Angolan people. Yeah, I believe they're Angolan. Either Angolan or Namibian. I think it's Angola. But that's pretty deep into Africa. That's pretty deep into the continent. And they still wear their hair like this. But guess what? This hairstyle, the side lock, was typically worn in ancient Egypt by who? Youth and very young children. Youth and very young children. And in Angola today, amongst the Himba people, who just by this very extraordinary anthropological bit of evidence, observation, they have just on this alone, just on the facts, just on cultural continuity alone, these people can say we have a link to the ancient Egyptians. It's my belief that the migration out of Egypt, further south, the population of Egypt, of inner Africa, actually came in waves, and the thickest waves came much more recently than we have been led to believe. Okay, much more recent. That's my belief. Okay, I'll go into that in detail in the future. But the Himba people still wear this hairstyle till today, and they don't just wear it; they practice it the same way that the ancient Egyptians did. It is a hairstyle amongst them, typically reserved for, at the very oldest, young adults, adolescents. Hey, you see it? A Himba boy wearing the side lock, wearing a variation of it. You had white experts, geographers, travelers, meeting these people in the mid 20th century, early 20th century, and saying and remarking about the fact that, wow, I've seen this somewhere before. You can't help but make the connection. Okay, let's move on. 18th dynasty. This is from Thebes. That's Upper Egypt. And again, typically the artifacts, the great number of them, the greatest number of artifacts on ancient Egypt come from deeper into Egypt. The most artifacts from the Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom that we get come from Upper Egypt. That's inner Egypt, drawing closer and closer to Sudan. Again, if that's the case, if it's the case that we're looking at a civilization that originated in the north, in the Levant, why are you getting their capital, properly speaking, before the Greeks came along? Why are you getting the capital of the Egyptians situated further south, deep into Egypt, like close to their cultural centers are all close on the fringes there with Nubia? Why? Why is that? Why is it until chat? Come on. I need some feedback here. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Press understand. If you get the point I'm making there, press understand. Understand is what I need. I need that in the chat. Press on this. Type understand if you feel me on this. Why is it not till we get the Greeks and the Romans coming into Egypt that we get our first capitals and centers of culture in the north, in Alexandria, on the coast there by the Mediterranean? This Mediterranean culture has its capital nowhere near the Mediterranean. Nowhere near the sea. It has its capital deep into Egypt, on the borders with Nubia. Who does that? I mean, who does that? Again, these artifacts, I need my understand. I just want to know that I'm not alone here. Who does that? We're so Mediterranean. We want nothing to do with the Mediterranean. In fact, we want to be closer to those black brethren, the brethren down south. Come on, make it make sense. Make it make sense. So a lot of these artifacts you're looking at, we're talking about artifacts from Thebes and Upper Egypt, the Elephantine, the close Abu Simbel. All of these places, they're deep into Egypt, / bordering Nubia. Okay, let's move on. This is the side lock you're looking at. And the only people that practice that today are an African people known as the Himba. Side look again. You're looking at an African child. Look at the African head on that child. Look at the head on that child. Look at the head. Look at the head. My word. But no. That's no, just forget you see that. Just forget you seen that. Again, another Himba individual. Again, this looks like a child, a young lady, a young woman. You will see this also in the artwork of the ancient Egyptians. Sometimes it's not one, sometimes it's two. Again, the side look again. You see the side look again, and right. This is the oldest looking person I could find sporting this style. Sporting this, and that's the thing. I made this point last week. Sorry. Wow, the woke Kushi. Oh my goodness. Last time we had my brother in here, he was just Kushi. my brother's he's been on a trolling rampage. Now he's the woke Kushi. Oh my goodness. This is this is a rebirth extraordinaire. We don't just have Kushi back, we have him as the woke Kushi. He says also the really important religious sites are in the south. Yes. Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, let's keep going. I think I'm done there. That's the side look. This is black hair and the ancient Egyptians. Now, if the black diaspora in ancient Egypt, if we're talking about a people if we're talking about people who are, we're just the slave class. They like to say this a lot. They like to say to us, no, you were just slaves. They brought you into Egypt and they civilized you. You were down. Then why are they sporting hairstyles that today, everybody agrees you find exclusively among Africans, or tantamount to exclusively among Africans? Why? It don't make any sense. It don't make any sense. Make it make sense. So we're so superior to our slaves, but we're just going to copy their hairstyles. We're just going to make wigs that look like them. We're just going to dress like them. We're just going to drop their fashions and adopt their like gods. And thank you, Wildflower. It says the Himba are in Namibia. Thank you. Himba are in Namibia. So not Angola, Namibia. Okay. Right, this is the tiled hairstyle. And again, if you zoom in on this hairstyle, what you're looking at is African hair done in short, twisted locks in a sort of a gregarious, circular nature. You still have this hairstyle done today in, again, East Africa. Okay. You have to be out of your mind to look at these and say that you're looking at anything other than Africans. See, the paint on this is peeling off. You can see these warriors. I believe these are Egyptian warriors. The paint on this is peeling off. But if you look, I guarantee you, when this is done peeling off and you have like an ambiguous kind of yellowish texture, I guarantee you, your children and your children's children will have to debate about these people being. I think they call this right now. I think they call this troop here. They call them Kushite. They call them Nubians. I don't know if there's a labeling hieroglyphic that denotes that. I don't think there is, but I think when you put this into Google Images, this comes up as Kushites. There's nothing that denotes that. I don't think the hieroglyphs here say that. But in a couple of years' time, they will claim that this is just Middle Eastern people. Of course, look at the fact that they're yellow. But again, for the record, we can see that the paint is in the process of washing off, and goodness knows what they do to it when we're not looking, just to speed that process up. These people are that psychotic. Again, I shout out to my brother, the King's Monologue. He put out some brilliant shorts where he documents how the artifact was found, how brown and black it looked, and after reproduction or maintenance or whatever they say they do to it, after that process, all of a sudden that brown just was gone. Just gone. You don't treat antiques about 100 years old. You don't treat antiques 100 years old like that. Let alone something that's thousands of years old. But please, you guys must, RJ McKenzie, Wildflower, you must love having this. I think you guys are playing around with him. Takru Tori, this deluded individual. I'm not gonna read out his comment; it doesn't deserve to be read out. But I think you guys are toying with him. That's cool. Have yourself some fun. This this guy's hilarious. Okay. Ooh, yeah, keep him in. Just play with him. Play with him. He's got nothing better to do. You're giving him, you're employing him. All right, let's move on. All right. So you have again the short-tailed hairstyle here on the right-hand side. You have this individual on the left-hand side. It's fine. Surfactant is fine. Don't even just tolerate him. Enjoy yourself. You know, do just like cats with a ball of wool there. Just have a little fun. That's good. Okay. Right. We got the short twist again, the tiled short twist. This is, I believe, Tutankhamun being depicted. Again, that's a deep brown. You can see that people like to pretend the likes of, I don't want to say his name. I'm doing well. But these disingenuous YouTubers like to pretend that you're looking at olive skin or skin that has been tanned. Oh, okay, fine. But excuse me. Oh, do you know what? It's not even worth engaging with. So we'll move on. Right, short style twist. I got this off the Kemet History 101 channel. If any of you guys know this brother, big shout out to him. He's on Instagram. He posts a lot of truth, and he just juxtaposes. He puts side by side the image that I just showed you previously of Tutankhamun right next to a modern day East African man, and you can see what's going on. These people still dress and wear their hair like this. This is a stream about hair in ancient Egypt. They still wear their hair like this. Let's keep going. Let's keep it moving. That's the zoom out of the image I just showed you. Again, you don't just have to look at the hair. This is Tutmosis the fourth. This is a bracelet made of ivory, I believe. And you can see if the hair wasn't enough there, wig, quote unquote, you can look at his facial features. You can see who depicts themselves, what group of Eurasians, what group of Middle Easterners, who, I might add, sorry, I think it's important to add, today are quite loathed to say we have nothing to do with those dark Africans. No, our culture is different. We were different people. What group of Middle Easterners, okay, constantly go out of their way to depict themselves like Black Africans? Again, notice the pronounced prognathism, notice the lips, notice the broad nose. Shout out to Cushy, not flat nose, broad nose. I remember that. Broad nose. Flat nose. No, sorry, broad nose. Okay. Broad nose, okay? Notice all of it. You're dealing with an African man extraordinaire, African people extraordinaire. Okay, let's go. Let's keep it moving. Now, I've got this here. This was found in ancient Egypt, okay? And this was found, I can't remember, not found in ancient Egypt. This was found excavated in Egypt. Now, when you find this statue, you will find it typically, again, this classifies as a short-tiled twist, Egyptian hair. But you will find that they call this Nubian. for obvious reasons. This, you can't even begin to debate that this is a black man you're looking at. So when you can't debate, when there's no dark brown to say to reclassify as olive, they'll say well, obviously Nubian. When the lips are too pronounced, when the nose is too broad, and you can't get away from what you're looking at, they'll say Nubian. Again, this is their neurosis at work. But I got something here for you. You ready for this? Yes. Okay, right. I'm excited about this, as you can tell. Woo! All right. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy with this because there's something about this image where it kept coming up as Nubian. You know, there's no real work behind it. There's just the label. The appellation is this is Nubian. Okay, right. Where is it? Let me go out of it. For a minute. Okay, there it is. It's been hiding. Okay, we'll come back to it. Let me tell you what, we'll come back to it because I'll show you. I will not forget. I'll show you this. Again, we got more the short tiled hair, Africans. Right, listen to this. Look at this. This is from a lady, an Egyptologist. I think she operates out of America, called Emily Tita. Now, I'm calling her out because this is just some tears. Let me just sip some tears first. I was just sipping some tears. Let me just get it down. Let me get it down. Okay, let's go into it. All right, this one's for you, Mrs. Tita. Teetering as you may be on the brink. Okay, right. She calls this figurine of a youth. This is on her paper. You can get her paper online, and it's a compilation of finds from the Badarian civilization, the Badarian culture, pre-dynastic Badarian civilization, and majority of what she compiles in this work is pottery and vases, and and what she says is she just the pottery that you see that is in this work of hers, there's nothing to them that in terms of the ethnography, in terms of using it to pinpoint what kind of a people these were, what racial classification. It's just interesting to look at that. The patterns are very abstract on the pottery, but they've been dated to the Badarian, the pre-dynastic civilization. In terms of in comparison to what comes later in ancient Egypt, they're comparatively speaking, they're crude. There's only one place in that work that I believe from the Badarian period, and it's this one that is decidedly more intricately carved, designed. It's made out of ivory, as you can see here. Figurine of a youth. Dynasties 1 to 3, question mark. It could be earlier, but it could be pre-dynastic. Okay, but the paper is on pre-dynastic to Badari to very early dynastic. Okay, so I think she classifies this as early dynastic. Okay, when Petrie excavated the early layers of Temenos of Osiris at Abydos in 1903, he found several deposits of votive objects. Deposit M69 was constructed during the 6th dynasty rebuilding of the temple, and the objects found in it may therefore date as late as the late Old Kingdom. Among the votive objects are an important number of ivory and faience figurines. The most remarkable is an ivory figurine. The most remarkable is an ivory figurine of an anonymous early dynastic king. But beside that, there are representations of both adults and children. The male children are characterized by the finger at the mouth. There's a reason for this, actually, by the way, but that again, that's a digression that will just make the stream longer than it needs to be. The male children are characterized by the finger at the mouth, a manner representing youth that continued throughout dynastic times. Dating the figurine is difficult, and although it certainly doesn't predate the early dynastic period, it may be attributed blah 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 blah. Now, I haven't screenshotted the relevant section, but further down, Emily Tito goes on to claim that this, what you're looking at from the early dynastic period, is possibly of a Nubian, not an Egyptian, a Nubian. But yet again, let's go by modern reasoning. We are led to believe, we are told constantly that, well, if you're second generation, or if you were born and raised in a country, you are of that country. You know, we recently had the controversy with the French football team. I don't know if you guys are following what happens in Europe here. We had the racist Argentinian football team singing songs about how half the French team aren't really French because they're blacks and they come from Congo and Senegal and all these places. They didn't sing these songs when Zinedine Zidane, North African Moroccan, who I didn't know was even North African heritage till late on. They didn't sing these songs when Zidane was playing for France. When Hatem Ben Arfa was playing for France, North African Moroccan people, they didn't sing these songs. They started the racist, the sick Argentinian squad only sings these songs when you've got Black Africans from French-speaking West Africa playing. They started singing this song about how, they're not really French. Don't even know what business of theirs it is. But they're singing these songs and they got into a lot of trouble for it. But that aside, they lead us to believe this is the schizophrenia, this is the fake sort of friendship that we get, that a lot of our community gets in the West. Oh yes, you're as European as us and whatever, until they find pieces of black folks in Egypt and they say, well, obviously Nubian. Well, okay, let's just use your politically correct logic that you use today. If this piece was of a person living in Egypt just willy-nilly like everybody else 2, 3, 4,000 years ago, I mean, did you discover this ivory piece along with a passport that said, oh, I'm Nubian? Did you discover it with some identification that said, oh, by the way, I'm just a Nubian living in Egypt? What makes this person who is important enough? Okay, this is a typical image. What she's saying here is this is the typical representation of children. They typically have their mouth, they have their index finger raised to their lips. And I have a theory as to why that is, what the Egyptians are depicting there. But this is how they depict children. It denotes a child. Okay? Why isn't this typical of just a normal Egyptian child? Where's the identification? Where's the papers, please? Papers, please. Well, man, will the Nubians stand up? It doesn't make any sense. They just make it up as they go along. So Emily Tita decides this is a Nubian child. She's also got a problem, though. She's got a problem with the hair. And so what she decides to say, if you follow this paper further down, is she says this is a wig as well. No evidence, just claims this is a wig, rather than just, why is the child wearing a wig? I don't understand. Why is the child wearing a wig? I don't get it. They just make it up. RJ McKenzie says an accurate portrayal of a child, of a kid. Accurate portrayal of a kid. I think that's what's going on. If you've ever had young ones, you've had an experience with young ones. One of the things that if they're not natural, a lot of them aren't natural thumb suckers. But what they tend to do is that I've got a 5-month-old at home right now, and he does that all the time. He uses his index finger. He doesn't know how to go for his thumb, but he goes for his index finger. And his older brother did that when he was that age as well. And I think that's what the Egyptians were doing. The Egyptians were they're just literally recognizing something in nature and they're depicting it. They're typifying it. They're making conventions around it, artistic conventions. That's all. Yes, Law Williams, the wig go-to is so lame. It is so lame. It's just bizarre. But the only way they can explain, it's the only way they can explain African hair that they see. Everybody was wearing wigs. And that's a stupid argument as well, because on the one hand, they say it was only high status people. Okay, so all the wall art of workers in the field, like I just showed you, an individual. Like a lot of the images I've showed you are just workers in the field, fishermen. Are fishermen high status as well? Like that's a heck of a lot of money to save on a fisherman's wages back in 3000 BC to be buying some wig. Like no one wears their real hair anymore. Like, come on. Come on. Make it make sense. But these people have PhDs. They actually they shell out like hundreds of thousands of dollars and pounds to spew this rubbish. We'll get to wigs in a minute. Right, let's go on. All right. Again, you got the short twist locks right here. Wigs was big business in Kemet. Yeah. Wildflower says Wigs was big business in Kemet. Must have been. Right, you got them wearing quote unquote wigs here again. Again, the most uncomfortable scenario to be wearing a wig. You're fishing. These look like fishermen on the Nile, and you can see them. Some of them, again, a variation of skin tone, dark black, and copper black. Brown, deep brown black. I don't see no olives. I don't know whatever that these people like to say. I don't see that. I see some naked brothers fishing. Some of them have wigs. Some of them don't. Some of them are selling the fish. You can see some of them are selling the fish. I've seen this image depicted as... No, seriously speaking, I'm going to say something that will be weird, but I've seen this image labeled on established websites as Nubians fighting Egyptians. And you know why they say that? Because you can see very dark-skinned individuals and very sort of juxtaposed against less dark-skinned individuals. Okay? And so they see one guy raising up a paddle for the boat, and they say, yes, it's the Nubians. They're fighting the Nubians. Okay. Cheers. Cheers for the tears. Get it? Okay, let's go. All right. They're fighting the Nubians. Not fishing. They're fighting the Nubians. Okay. All right. If you believe it, you believe it. Okay. Yes. Forgetting the Egyptians and have the same hue like the Nubians, says RJ McKenzie. Yes. Okay. We got the short style, the short twist again. on Hesira, the earliest documented dentist. Again, short twists there. You can see it closer. Right. This image of a Nubian, supposedly a Nubian, the same experts will tell you, I've not made this up. What you are looking at here are Egyptians. You get this on an amphora, a type of vase or watering. It's a vessel for fetching water or holding liquids or whatever. And this image is on the reverse of this vase type pottery, and I think this is in the British Museum. And on the other side, you will see Hercules. By the way, when you see Hercules on the other side, I don't know if I've got it as part of this slide, but when you see Hercules on the other side of this, he looks quite, he's looking quite dark. Like his features are not as unambiguously African as these fellows are, but he looks at least like a mixed man. And this is done by Greeks. And the experts will tell you, rightly so, because there's evidence for it, the experts will tell you that what you're looking at are the priests of a mythical pharaoh known as Busiris. And Busiris was a mythical pharaoh who Hercules, on his travels in Egypt, came to blows with and ended up strangling him and deposing him and killing him. He was supposedly a wicked Egyptian pharaoh who sacrificed foreigners to Osiris or something. Okay? Now, these are, this is not me now, experts who say this is what this scene depicts. These are on the obverse or on the reverse side of the pottery. These are the priests either running away from Hercules, or running to him to save their emperor, their pharaoh Busiris. Look closely. Press. There's a word for what you see on the foreheads there. Family, let me know if you know the word for it. You see the foreheads on these individuals, these Egyptian men? They've got something on them. They've got these lines. There's a word for it. There's something we call that. I don't know if anyone knows it. I'm looking for someone to tell me what I know what it's called, but I'm looking to see if people are paying attention. Because you can't debate that what you're looking at are black folks here. These are Africans, most likely from further south. Okay, but again, North, East Africa, till today, but certainly back then was one of the most diverse places in terms of black African genetics now in the ancient world. So it's no surprise that you would get brothers looking like this. Thank you, Nerd Large. Scarification. Surfactant. Scarification. Still done today. Still done today. You can see scarification, tribal markings, another word. Zehovan. Thank you very much. Tribal marking. And these are called by the experts, they're termed as Egyptians. And there's no other way to term them because that's what this story on this vase is depicting. But you go back, you see the same hairstyle on this individual, this individual discovered in ancient Egypt. Discovered, excavated from some Egyptian tomb somewhere, and you've got the same scarification going on. But in this context, because they have, this is what I'm trying to get across. It is they're literally making it up as they go along, but when they have nowhere to run. When it comes to the so-called experts now, when it comes to this image, we all know what this is depicting. So we know the scene that this is depicting. So they can't say these are Nubians. They have to say Hercules is being attacked by obviously Egyptian priests. They just sit on the fact that, well, they do look black. They just pretend they don't see that. You will not get that mentioned. That will not be spoken about. But that's because they've got nowhere to run to. Everybody who knows anything about this this that you're looking at knows that this is a depiction of a story that happened in ancient Egypt. And there are other depictions of this story across Greek pottery and Greek vase and Greek artifacts that shows Hercules strangling. You cannot describe him as anything else than African. Okay, but when they do have somewhere to run to, when there's enough space for ambiguity, they will tell you that this is a Nubian. Nothing to do with Egyptians. Nubian slave. Nubian slave. Press comprende, right? Comprende. Comprende. If you understand, I don't care how you spell it. I don't know how to spell it either. Comprende in the chat. I want to see comprende in the chat. Comprende in the chat if you understand what I'm talking about. If you understand how we caught them just now, we don't caught them. We don't caught them in the act. If you understand, I think I need to take less of these Egyptologist tears. I need to take less of these because I'm getting a bit less composed. Right. But cheers though. Cheers. 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 Cheers for the cheers. Okay. Comprende. Where they've got nowhere to run to, they have to tell you what you're looking at. But when they haven't, they'll tell you you're looking at a Nubian. Let's go. Again, notice the hairstyle. This one's done by the Greeks, obviously. Notice the hairstyle of these ancient Egyptians. Okay, let's keep going. Mackenzie, I don't know what language it is. French, Spanish, Italian. They're all the same. Okay. All right. Tis all Greek to me. Okay. We've done side look, we've done tiled, we've done short twist, we've done now. That's a great place to segue. What we've just spoken about is a great place to segue. And what we're going to segue into are Greco-Roman impressions. Greco-Roman impressions. These aren't the Egyptians depicting their own hair now. These are the Greeks depicting the hair of the Egyptians that they came in contact with. Let's focus on the hair. Let's go. Okay. All right, let's go. I think my first live on this channel was I went out to the British Museum. When I went out to the British Museum, my wife discovered, she pointed out to me, she said, "Babe, come and check this out. This vase shows Memnon." We all know who Memnon is. Memnon, well, we might not all know, but he's a mythical Ethiopian, not just Ethiopian. He was supposedly king of Ethiopia. Some myths of the ancient Greek have him as conquering Egypt as well, and further beyond. I actually believe this is probably speaking of Ramses II or Sesostris. Two great conquering emperors there, pharaohs there, emperors too. Okay, but whoever Memnon is supposedly Ethiopian from the Greek legends. He's in the middle here. Okay, but look on his left and his right. Amasis, Pharaoh Amasis is one of his attendants. Amasis is the Greek for Amose. And this, I believe, is a 26th dynasty pharaoh. Look at how the Greeks depict Amasis, Amose. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at his hair. Okay, look. Let's just say his nose isn't enough to go by. Let's just say his mouth isn't enough to go by. I'm guessing the Greeks were Afrocentrist. I'm guessing the Greeks who decided to portray an Egyptian pharaoh in these terms, I'm guessing, I don't know, you know, you must have had one of us Afrocentrists back then. Just, let's go. Let's go. I want to show you this picture much clearer. Here it is there. The hairstyle is looking like a short sort of an afro. This is a much clearer image. The lines are better delineated there. Small afro hair, someone said. Thank you, Santos Flow. So small afro hair. Okay. Now, again, why are the Greeks depicting this? Remember what I said at the beginning, before we get to the mummies, remember what I said at the beginning. You are not depicting, how do I say it? Like, something's got to give. If you're not getting to the mummies and finding the odd mummy with red hair and then saying that does it, it was they were white, when you have all of this archaeological evidence prior, it does, come on. What, all of a sudden the ancient Egyptians were Scotsmen? They were what? We got leprechauns out here building the pyramids. What's going on? Okay. Right. This is an Egyptian representation of Pharaoh Amasis or Amose. Amose. This is what he was depicted as. Let me just zoom in a bit more there. Just zoom in a bit more, because this brother looks like what I imagine any one of you in the chat to maybe even look like. Even if it was just 2/3 of the people in ancient Egypt that look like this, maybe half, that is enough to keep, that's enough of a percentage to make sure you shut your blasted mouth anytime we want to make a movie and put black people in ancient Egypt. That's enough of a ratio for you to sit down humbly and not make all these stupid, nasty videos, talking about, oh, yeah, stop stealing our history. That's enough of a percentage. Even if it was 1/4, sit your butt down. And don't tell me we're stealing anybody's history. The audacity of it. Right. Greek representation of a crocodile tamer. They wrote about this. It's not just, this isn't just the youth being a Nubian youth. Some of them call this Nubian youth being attacked by a crocodile. Okay. Thank good. I'm looking at Mackenzie and I'm agreeing with you there. Thank goodness. Yes. He says, thank God we have the Prince of Egypt. Now, you say that, but RJ Mackenzie, you say that, but I've been looking at the Prince of Egypt and I've been thinking, even there, they kind of copped out. They copped out a little bit. The Prince of Egypt is actually quite good in terms of, it was ahead of his time. It shows a more accurate sort of depiction, but still not far enough. Because they've gone with a very ambiguous coloration in many places, in many aspects. For example, we know that Zipporah, Moses' wife, was a black woman. It says that in the Bible. She was a Cushite, but also a Midianite. And when you see her father in that, Jethro's nothing. Jethro's like looking like, you would expect her father to be dark skinned, to be black as well. but for some reason they've gone for an ambiguous looking Middle Eastern man. So they play games in the Prince of Egypt. Anyway, this guy right here is not done by the Greeks. This is a Greek depiction. Some places will tell you that this is a depiction of a Nubian being attacked by a crocodile. Lies. Because if you go again, they depend on your ignorance. If you go into the archaeological, into the ancient record, the textual record, you will have stories of the Tentairite, I believe they're called, and they were crocodile tamers. Okay, and sometimes obviously they things might have gone a bit nasty, but this is what's been depicted here. Okay, right, let's go on. This is what I was telling you earlier. This is Hercules fighting Pharaoh Busiris. These are his priests on the right hand side. This is Pharaoh Busiris being strangled. I'll just hold this image for you for a second. These are the Greeks depicting an ancient Egyptian mythical pharaoh. The Greeks depicting a mythical pharaoh. Look at him. I'll hold the screen up here for maybe 10 seconds more. Look at him. Those Greeks, I mean, they sure seem confused to me. I mean, I'm sure there'll be an explanation for it. I'm sure there's an explanation somewhere about why maybe the Greeks were confused. They were being stereotypical. Okay. Whatever. Okay. This is the image I showed you earlier. And I think we're done. Let's forget the images. Let's talk about how the Egyptians looked after their hair. Okay? Let's talk about how the Egyptians looked after their hair. Let's go to where have I got here? Okay, let's have a look. No. Okay. I want to show you this. Hair prep. No. Before we go to hair prep, let's do something else. Let's look at wigs. Okay. For all the talk of wigs, I think I made a claim about this a while ago about how they've never found wigs or something like that. That was extreme. A handful. In comparison to how often wigs are spoken about, wigs are used as the excuse to explain away the black hair that you will see. There's very few and far between evidence of that. And that makes me suspicious. It makes me suspicious about the wigs, because for something that was used all the time, apparently, you would think that every single excavation would show up a wig, would show up. Right, let's deal with this now. Let's open this folder up. Even if they like to wear their wigs, even if they were obsessed with this wig culture, I want you to take a look at what the wigs that they've discovered supposedly actually look like. Okay? Because to my mind, I'm not wearing a wig. I mean, the dominant culture in the West is white culture, right? The dominant, let's say the dominant people in Western Europe are white people. You know, we're black folks, Asian folk, whatever, typically in the minority, right? We're classed as minorities, ethnic minorities. Okay, Western world, white folk. And so you find ethnic minorities such as black people also emulating the fashions, the styles of the dominant people culture, right? Massive shout out to that. Cool, whatever. You know, that's what people do, right? Right. Why are the Egyptians wearing wigs that look like this? If they went, you would wear a wig that would simulate your real hair. Type one, if you understand what I'm saying. You would wear a wig. You're not wearing a wig that doesn't simulate your real hair. That doesn't actually feel like what your hair would look like if you grew it out. Okay? That's just let's give the wig argument a sort of let's give it some time now. That's what you would do. Right, let's have a look at these wigs. Can you see this? What did Herodotus say? Curly, kinky hair. And it's got the curl, the kink at the foot. This looks like wool. This looks like sheepskin. And you've got braids coming out of it. Again, these are tight braids, tightly done braids. These aren't the kind of braids. European Western hair. It's just stupid that you even have to do this. White folk hair, let's just keep it simple. White folk hair is not, again, I'm it's ridiculous. White folk hair is not designed to be, even when what you see white folks sort of fine hair, let's say fine hair isn't designed to be done in tight braids. Yes, they do braid their hair, but they don't braid it in tight individual, you know. So here's what you have with the wigs. Look at that. Look at the structure of it. And down below. Okay. My girl's wearing a wig. A wig. I got to stop between wig and weave there. She's wearing a weave. Okay. Whoever's wearing this. Okay. You got the afro on top. You got the weave below. Let's keep going. That's it from the side. But I had to keep digging. This is what I'm saying to you. I had to keep digging because for this wig argument, you would think that you would type ancient Egyptian wigs and you'd have all these different styles that you see like on the walls and on the statues. You would think that, but no, I had to keep digging to get any other image than this one wig. But I came across a handful. I came across maybe two more. Check this out. I came across this guy. Now that's some Middle Eastern hair. Do you know what I'm saying? That's some Arab hair. That's some European hair if I've ever seen it. You know? Look at these two. Look at these two bits. Is this I don't want to use an on PC term. This is so type yes if you know the word I want to use. This is this is so mashed up. This is ridiculous. Type yes if you know the word I want to say about how ridiculous this is. It's let's come on. You got people wearing wigs like this. For what reason are the ancient Egyptians wearing wigs like this? If this is not what their real thank you. It's disabled. This is I didn't want to. This is the level. This is retrograde. Let's say retrograde. This is retrograde. That's the word I was looking for. Wink, wink. Oh my goodness. Why are they wearing hair? And this is after searching. This is after searching and digging and digging and digging to find what are these wigs that are spoken about constantly. This is what you find. Let's keep going. Let's keep it moving. Right, I'm just gonna play this video for you. Let's okay. I'm just gonna play you this video. So this is the hair close up. Full on afro. This is like black exploitation type stuff. This is black exploitation. I think people in the chat know what I'm talking about when I say black exploitation. This is black exploitation level hair. This is like Foxy Mama type. This is Foxy Brown type. I came into this debate, off the back of giants, seasoned presenters of this information, the King's Monologue. I just have to keep mentioning that guy's work. I hope that guy's channel blows up. I really do. And it is blowing up. I hope it blows up even more, but I came into this thinking, all right, let's have a look at the evidence. Let's be fair. Let's be even-handed. And the more you look into it, the more you think, man, we got some sick people running the world. You've supposedly this is what they wore, and this is the big wig debate, and this is how the wigs looked. And somehow I'm thinking, so where's the debate? I'm still waiting for the debate. Like, this is ridiculous. I'll press play.
Collection of the hair sucks.
He's showing you a close-up right there. What you're seeing is a close-up of this hair, of this person who's gone to Cairo Museum to show you these wigs. But I think the point's well made. It's actually quite sad. It's actually quite sad. Yeah, the point is well made. Okay, let's go. Let's go out of this. Let's go to hair prep. Let's go to hair prep. Now, sometimes you will see this white hair sort of depicted. This is from Thebes, from the Deir el Medina tomb. Can't remember which pharaoh this is supposed to be. But this is, I believe, what you're looking at here is still practiced in the East. And what you're looking at here isn't gray-haired people, because underneath this, you can see that you can still see the black textured, the black colored hair. Just simple basic observation. You can still see black colored hair depicted. These people, when they were detailed. And once again, you can see the coloration, darker brown for the man, lighter brown, not yellow for the woman. And what's happening over time is, in a lot of cases, this lesser hue is more vulnerable to wearing, and to the point where, in most cases, by the time you're in 2024, you're looking at yellowish paint. I think that's what happens in a lot of these cases. That isn't to say you don't get golden colored women or yellow colored women. That's not to say that, but I'm telling you that in a lot of the cases, it's faded paint. It's faded light brown paint that they like to present as yellow skin. Anyway, this is butter. And this is something that's still practiced in the east of Africa amongst the descendants. We had an Eritrean in the chat earlier. Muzi, I believe his name was, the Debrezion Muzi. And he can probably tell us that, this is still practiced. I'll show you what I'm talking about right now. Let me show you this. Stop screen. And I'll show you this being practiced in East Africa today. Okay. Have I got it? Did you see that? Did you see the butter in the hair of that young man? Just go back slightly. That's butter in his hair. Okay. It's I don't know what kind of butter, I don't know what the mixture would be of, but something that they apply to the hair. And in many cases, amongst the Oromo and the Beja, they leave it in the air, in the hair, just to, it must do your hair a world of good. It must do your hair a world of good. These people are still living very close to their traditional practices. Like, I can't even begin to imagine the wealth of like homeopathic wisdom, medicinal wisdom that they would have. But that is Delina says it's animal fat. Thank you for that information. This is why I love you guys. I love the interaction we get in the community post. She says it's animal fat. I'm willing to go with that. I don't exactly know what it is, but that is what you see when you see the Egyptians with the white in their hair. Again, this isn't hard. This actually isn't hard. You only have to give the true the true heirs of this culture, this civilization. You only have to give them their kudos. This is literally this is the best example of, you know, that metaphor that we say, you know, cutting your nose off to spite your face. It's, do you know what? Do you know that why that's apt? I said this last week, but it only dawned on me. That's a pun. That is a brilliant play on words, because you have these statues that conveniently their noses get broken off. So their noses constantly getting broken off. We're always told, oh, it happened a long time ago. It's because they didn't want them breathing in the afterlife. This is like, metaphorically, this is the best example of cutting your nose. It's like you're so wedded to the idea that black people are not worth squat, or that, you know what, we're not even gonna. You would think that they would want to know, like they would want to know more about these ancient histories and ancient places and whatnot. You would think that, right? And so because of that, let's look at the people who are closest, like who still practices these things, who still, as an anthropological frozen in the ice type evidentiary data piece. Like, I've just made up a bunch of like words there, but who can we go to? But no, that they will not even let themselves do that. Anyway, let's carry on. I really want to, it's really annoying. I have to keep going back to, well, you've seen the video, and I don't want to belabor the point. This is let's just go on. We've seen that. The hair preparation you can see when you zoom in on this. And I was stunned when I see what I'm about to show you. Let's have a look. Closer, you can see this hair is being prepared in a string, like the middle section of the hair is raised up, and I think he looks like he's applying butter. Again, the descriptions of this misleadingly say, I think they say haircut being had. It's not haircut. It's just not haircut. That's just stupid. This is what's happening. That's what's happening. You can see it. You can see it. Okay? Again here, you can see the same sort of thing happening. Butter is applied to make naturally. Look at our hair. Look at our hair. Look at what it does naturally. It points upwards. It just stands on its own. But that's not to say it cannot be treated naturally to flow downwards, as you see on the walls of Egypt. And that's what's being done here. Treatment to make the hair flow downward, to make the hair of that silky texture. It's not, I have a degree in a humanity. You know, I don't have a degree in biology, in statistics, in Egyptology, in anthropology. No, it's just literally you're looking at people, pictures, and you're looking at pictures, and you're thinking, I see black people. I see black people doing the same thing that they do today. Yeah, you know. It's not hard. Let's keep going. All right. I think we're done that. Let's move on. Right. I think we've made the point with what the Egyptians depicted their hair to look like. Let's get out of this. When they say that African hair is one type and one type only, show them again, remind them that they need to get out of their of their mom's basement and just see the world a little, because we're about to come to the mommy hair, and some of the mommy hair will look like, oh okay, yeah, Caucasian, yeah, but okay, right. But let's have a look at what East Africans typically. I believe that area of the world has always been the most genetically, like, if you're talking about a good cross section, especially of the black race. I hate to use the word race, but the black group of humanity. That section of the continent of Africa is the most diverse. If Africa is the most diverse continent genetically, East Africa is the best microcosm of that diversity. So African hair, even naturally, doesn't just come in the uber hinky hair texture that a lot of us carry around. East Africans have for the longest time carried what I'm about to show you as part of their general phenotype. Okay. You have the Dravidians. Shout out if you guys know who I mean by when I'm talking about the Dravidians. The Dravidians, they're Southern Indians, but quite a lot of them, because it's obvious that they originate from that eastern belt of Africa. The ancients often mistook the Southern Indians for Africans, and they classed them as Ethiopians. There's been back and forth traveling between India, the southern regions of India, and the eastern coast of Africa. Even today, it happens. A lot of East African culture is South Indian culture, and vice versa. Look up the cities. The cities. I think that's how you say it. Or Cindy. No, I think it's cities. That's what their hair looks like. Look at this man. If you didn't tell me he was Indian, I would think East African man, somewhere there in Eritrea or Somalia. There you go. These are Dravidians. And the ancient Greeks constantly confuse us with Dravidians. Okay, let's go. Let's get out of this. Now, I'm going to show you Ethiopian straight hair texture. Okay, there you go. Ethiopian ladies, their hair, that's their natural hair. Styled, of course, styled like any woman, like many a woman do, you know. East African women. Okay? Only when they wish to divide us do they all of a sudden start claiming. I saw this weirdo in the chat not long ago. I think he's gone now, but I saw him talking about how European admixture. No. For the longest, these people have looked like this. In fact, in West Africa, you get light-skinned Africans that look like this. You get the Fullers who have hair texture similar to these people. Okay, that's another Ethiopian lady there. Again, right hair. You see these women? These are Ethiopian women. They're air hostesses. Ethiopian hairlines there. Okay. Again, hair texture, this is an East African lady. And apart from her obvious skin coloration and her physical features, you can see her hair. You might even think that her hair is white, but that's an African woman. Okay? Right. So when you come across some of these mummies that you're going to see, it's no surprise that some of their hair would look like this. No surprise. They play up every little thing. The detractors, the pseudo historians, they play up any little thing that makes the story seem like anything other than Black Africa. They play up all the ambiguities or the ambivalences that they can. Here are some more East Africans. Sudanese, I believe these are. No, Aswan, Egypt. These are black ladies, young ladies, in again where you would expect to find them in Egypt, in the southern region. These are not Middle Easterners. These are East African women. Okay? You get that? All within the Black African context. Yeah? You see that? That's a young man with slightly less kinky, silkier hair. Okay, let's go. Now, you will find that the Kabila people mostly today are what you would call of the Caucasian look. They're North African people, but the some of the oldest pictures, photographs you will get of them show African, Black African people. They also have that hair texture, and I suspect as the centuries have worn on, like as you get with the Berbers are described by the Muslim invaders, the Turks, as originally, and the Romans as black people, black Africans. Ancient Greeks do that. They describe them as black people. In fact, that's what the word Moor meant. Don't believe me? Believe the ancient text. I've done a video on this. I've done 2 or 3 on this. The trolls still come out and say, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay? But what's happened is with the Kabila people, they've been sort of pushed down south. The indigenous Kabila people have been pushed down south to sort of how do I say it? To inner Africa. Okay. So that today, when you see the Kabila people, typically they're light skin, tantamount to Caucasians. Okay. Right. So we're coming to the mummy here in a minute. Right. I want to show you something about combs. Combs in ancient Egypt. Now, there's a brilliant woman called Sally Ann Ashton. And Sally Ann Ashton is a lady, a professor an Egyptologist, but she doesn't work in this field anymore. She's moved on to something else. Now, she's done a brilliant work on combs. And she found that if you go back into Egypt, you know what? Let me just let her speak for herself. Let me let her speak for herself. I want you to. I want you to see what she's got to say. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here's Sally Ashton speaking on combs in ancient Egypt. Afro combs. Okay. Check this out.
Their style, which is quite interesting. It might suggest that either the hair types have changed, or perhaps that the people that were making.
Let me know if you can. I hope you can hear that properly.
Way. What we find is that they look completely different. So they don't look like traditional Afro combs anymore. I guess for intents and purposes, they look closer to European style hair combs, and certainly the types of combs that you find in Greece and Rome, much later than this period, but used by European cultures. The only difference is the teeth on the Egyptian hair combs in the New Kingdom are still set quite wide apart, which again suggests that the hair was coarse. If we fast forward in time, then we come to the next two hair combs. The first one dates to about 700 BC, so it's what we consider to be late period. And it was actually found in excavations at Saqqara, and it came to the museum.
Okay, some people are saying it's slow, but let me just quickly explain what you might have missed because I don't want to go back. So she's saying she studied Afrocombs, part of her work where excavating Afrocombs from the tombs of ancient Egyptians. And what she found is that as time goes on with the dynasties, the combs get less appropriate for people with Afro hair. They've got narrower teeth, which is a problem for people with very tough, kinky hair texture. But at first, the pre-dynastic peoples of Egypt and the early dynastic, the Middle Kingdom, all of that sort of proper era of Egypt had combs, Afro combs with thick teeth and sort of wide gaps, obviously because you're dealing with hair that doesn't operate, that isn't easily malleable. But as time goes on, by the time you get to the Ptolemaic era and the Roman era, you've got the combs change. They start to you're getting people mixing up the population. You're getting mixed people, and you're getting Mediterranean people, properly speaking now. And the combs change. And she tracked it. She actually tracks the changing of what they use, what they use on their hair. You know? It's amazing. I don't know what happened there, but let's move on. Okay, I just lost all my stuff there, but that's okay. Right. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Right. That's amazing. That's just amazing. Okay. No, I'm not gonna do that. So you guys, let me know if you want to watch that video. Is that something? It's a short video. Let me go back to it. Because I think it's worth it.
Combs re-emerge, they look completely different in terms of their style, which is quite interesting. It might suggest that either the hair types have changed, or perhaps that the people that were making them were just making them in a completely different way. What we find is that they look completely different, so they don't look like traditional Afro combs anymore. I guess for intents and purposes they look closer to European style hair combs, and certainly the types of combs that you find in Greece and Rome much later than this period, but used by European cultures. The only difference is the teeth on the Egyptian hair combs in the New Kingdom are still set quite wide apart, which again suggests that the hair was coarse. If we fast forward in time, then we come to the next two hair combs. The first one dates to about 700 BC, so it's what we can.
The teeth on the hair, on the combs were set. They were thick and set wide apart, which suggests that the hair was coarse. With the early Egyptians, that's what she said.
Considered to be late period, and it was actually found in excavations at Saqqara, and it came to the museum in 1970s, and it was one of the last objects to actually come to the museum from Egypt. It's interesting because it shows a new design, and on one side we have still quite widely set apart teeth, but on the other side we have teeth that are much narrower. And what this suggests is perhaps that they had two different functions, or perhaps were for two different hair types. Much later still is the Roman comb, and this is around 2,000 years old, maybe slightly less. And this is interesting because what it does is it mimics the kind of hair combs that you find in Greece and Rome, so in Europe at a similar time. And it's interesting because the teeth are much narrower than any of the earlier combs that we find from Egypt. So this suggests that the hair types are starting to change, which would of course be natural when you have lots of Roman people moving to Egypt, marrying Egyptian people. And their children may have a different hair type to the much earlier ones than we had to look at a few minutes ago. The next two hair combs are very similar to one that we had a look at in the gallery, except they're less decorative. We're not 100% sure when they date to, but they're traditionally dated by comparing them to other examples to around 400 to 600 AD. So that makes them relatively modern when compared to some of the earlier examples that we've been having a look at. We've had one of them radiocarbon dated, so we should get a much firmer idea of when they date to very shortly. They're interesting because, like the late period comb and also the Roman comb, they have two different sides. One side has still quite wide teeth, and on the other side they're incredibly narrow. It's been suggested that some of these hair combs were used to comb lice out of the hair. It's also possible that they were used as part of the styling. What's also interesting about these hair combs is that they don't have animal decoration on them, and that would accord with the idea that they're much later, because of course the religion had changed to Christianity and then to Islam. And what we have is a series of combs that are decorated with just geometric patterns, as you can see here. And again, this may be an influence of the culture as well as changing hair types and hairstyles. So all of these different aspects may contribute to a completely different hair comb re-emerging in the form of the afro. So what we're trying to do as part of the project is to look at links between different African cultures over, of course, geographical region, but also across time. One quite remarkable similarity that we don't know and can't say whether it was directly linked or not, but whether or not I think it's still of considerable interest, is the similarity between a rather peculiar and distinctive crown that ancient Egyptian kings wore called the blue crown. Now you can see here that Ramesses II, and this is an image of a statue in Turin in the Egyptian Museum, is wearing the blue crown. And if you have a look closer, you can see that there are tiny depictions of concentric circles on the crown. Now, a different period, but still this region of Africa, in the Meroitic period in Sudan, when you see this type of depiction, it normally represents afro hair on the Meroitic Sudanese rulers, about the period of about 200 AD. What's remarkable is that in the 1950s, the photograph on the right-hand side was taken, and this shows a member of the Watutsi people, and the hairstyle is incredibly like the form of the blue crown. Now, as I said, we can't make a direct link between the two, but nevertheless, I think this particular instance and the similarity between the two styles is quite remarkable. Another hairstyle that we find commonly in lots and lots of different African cultures across time is the side lock. And this was associated with young people, particularly boys. On the right hand side you can see an image of a young boy with his mother, and in fact the mother's actually wearing her hair styled in the Hathor hairstyle, and she's holding on to her son protectively. And on the left hand side you can see an archive photograph from Namibia, and it shows a young boy with a side lock. Now what would happen at the time of puberty is the side lock would actually be cut off, or in some cases would be incorporated into a different hairstyle. So what this symbolises is the side lock of youth, and it's something that we find for thousands of years in Africa. William Matthew Flinders Petrie was one of the earliest people to actually take any notice of hair combs, and it's a bit strange really because ancient Egyptian hair combs have received relatively little attention compared to other types of objects. What was interesting about Petrie's work was that he tried to put the hair combs into a typology or a sequence, and as a consequence of that he made an attempt to date them. The very early hair combs, as you can see here from this plate from one of his publications on the pre-dynastic period, shows hair combs that are similar to the example that we've had a look at already with the double bird motif. And you can see lots of all different sorts of animals appearing, mainly birds but also some quadrupeds. You can see lots of hair combs, like the later examples at the Fitzwilliam Museum, that were actually catalogued and looked at by Flinders Petrie, and these form part of the last sequence of his hair combs. So it was actually Petrie who suggested that they dated to around 400 to 600 AD, and it's that we're going to find out when we get the radiocarbon test back. Archive photographs are really useful because, of course, we don't have ancient Egyptians around to ask them how they used the hair combs that they produced. What we can see on this example is that the woman's using a traditional afro comb to hold back the hair while she styles it by plaiting or braiding the hair with a much narrower comb that's more typical of a European comb. So it's interesting to see the two combs in action, and I think perhaps that we might find when we look in more detail in some of the different types of hair comb that appear in ancient Egypt is that some of them may have been manufactured at the same time. Not necessarily indicating different hair types, although that's possible, but it's possible that
Okay, let's stop there. Karim Tunkara, not seen you before, but welcome. That should show us that racism is still alive. I love that. I mean, I've been told that you can be quite like, oh, you know, this is quite divisive. Listen, it's not us being divisive. This topic is not us being divisive at all. Press 1 if you feel me. Press 1 if you understand what I'm saying. We're not the ones being divisive. Imagine we're trying to put the record straight. And in trying to put the record straight, we're seeing it's like coming in and finding a burglar tearing through your stuff. And you're incensed. And you got your coat, whatever. We don't have guns in the UK, so you know you got you got a semi-auto on you, and you're fixing to use it. You know, your house is being ransacked, your kids are upstairs, your wife's upstairs, and you find these people taking your TV out in hoods and balaclavas, face masks, and you're fixing to use your gun. And the burglar turns to you and say, come on now, come on. There's no need for that. Come on. No need for that. You violent man. That bullet wouldn't leave fast enough. That bullet would not leave fast enough. Glocks. Yes. Thank you, Nerd Lodge. I tell you now, it wouldn't leave fast enough. But that's what we get told. You come to this topic, this area of history, and you see how it is being debased, how it is being. This woman, I'm trying to get her on the channel. So if anybody has any contacts, I really want this woman on the channel. I really want her on the channel. Because it's powerful. It is powerful to have our people talking about this. But I sense that it's even more powerful when you have a member of. And we tend to vilify white folk in this community, but I've said it before, because because all of this stuff has been in their hands for however long, they know where the bodies are buried. So when some of them come out and they do this work and they do this, it's almost that much more powerful because they're telling you, this is what we've been hiding from you. They're telling you themselves that this is what we've been hiding from you. So we have to be careful when we talk about, you know, white devils and all of this. We need all the allies we can get. Human beings are human beings, you know. So you get messed up black folk, you get messed up white folk. You got to be careful. We need our allies, but you also get brilliant black folk. You also get brilliant white folk. You know, people whose hearts are in the right place. This woman is one of those people. She's gone through the archive and she said, look, they're not going to, somebody said just now, they bury it. Yeah, they're not going to come out and say this. We need people like this to come out and say, look, this is what they're hiding from you. We're finding Afro combs in the tombs, and they're changing over time. when we're finding them in like Grecian tombs, like Ptolemaic era tombs, they've got fine teeth on them, and obviously they've been that sort of like, look, this is what they're hiding from you. We need people like this, you know. And I absolutely love the fact that, so if anyone knows anybody that knows anybody, that would be amazing if I could get Dr. Sally Ann Ashton on. I've already contacted her once. She's very busy right now, and I don't want to pester her, but you know, if you guys can point her my way and just very cordially say, you know, please, we would love you on the channel, because she was run out. She was actually run out of Egyptology. I've seen videos of her saying that she got tired of it. She got tired of all the names she was getting called. And she just thought, oh, whatever, I'll go and do something else. And what she's doing now is you could argue even much more worthwhile, you know. But props to her, man. Massive props to her. Massive props to her for coming up with this stuff. Let me show you this. Let me just, this is, I'm about to show you cultural similarities in the artwork of other Africans and the ancient Egyptians, specifically to do with their hair. Let me show you this quickly. Let's go. Oh, I'm a beast in it. I've been there, what, almost 3 hours now? I'm a beast. This is the thing. Look, I do these few and far between. But when I do it, you know that we're going in for a marathon. You know, I don't do my lives often, but I wanted to focus on this particular topic for over 2 lives, and you know, I hope you can see that. You know, when I say I'm gonna do one of these, I go in. I go in. That's what I'm gonna say. Right. Let me share screen with you fellas, and let's go entire screen. Okay, let's go. This is West African artwork. This is West African artwork. And once again, you can see the sort of tiled mushroom type hairstyle. This is from the court of Benin, one of the bronzes that have been taken and are on display in the European museums across the world and Western museums across the world. Focus on the hair. We know what we're looking at. They can't tell us, although they did try to tell us. Look up the history of the Benin bronzes. They tried to tell us that these weren't done by Africans. They were done by a Western, much more advanced civilization. Okay. Until, you know, we told them where to go. So this hair is a West African man. You can see the similarities in the hair structure. Okay, let's go on to the next image. Again, the same thing here. Let's go on to the next image. Again, you see that? You see that? You see that? Look, family, I need you to pay attention. I need you to pay attention, everybody. I need everybody to pay attention to what's on the screen right now. You see that tile structure? I mean, are the people of Benin in West Africa? Again, you've got to keep your arguments consistent. You have to keep your arguments consistent. Are the people of Benin in West Africa, are they wearing wigs as well? Please, I need clarification. Are the people of Benin in West Africa, are they also wearing wigs ubiquitously? You see that? That is exactly the same kind of hair. If you've just joined us, that's exactly the same kind of hair we've been seeing across the walls, the statues. Now, you cannot tell me that the West Africans too are wearing wigs. Okay. Let's go. It's very easy to debunk. Their lies are very easy to debunk. Once you say, all right, I don't want anyone thinking for me. Let me look at what's going on. And you've got an open mind. You know? Okay. Right. Let's go. Again, you got the same hair structure. Okay. Beautiful pieces of art. Well, Wildflower, you say that as a joke. You say facetiously they'll say it's a wig or a hat, but they actually will. They will. One day, we will have a debate sometime in the future. This isn't funny, but we'll actually, if we're not careful, say there's a nuclear holocaust. You've got this thing between Russia and America and Ukraine right now. Say there's a nuclear holocaust and we have to rebuild the past and rebuild our history. They will say this. If the West somehow happens to be, if the same centers of power remain post an apocalyptic war or something, they will say that the Benin people were actually white folks and look at their hair, they were wigs. They will say that. They'll say that. They'll find the odd Portuguese people being depicted, and they'll say that, well, that they were the majority. They came and they civilized the population. Someone said even the skirt. No, they'll say those were kilts. They'll say those were Scottish people wearing kilts. That's what they'll say. And they'll have PhDs, masters, doctorates. They'll have all of it to back them up. And we'll have to start this all over again. So we need more and more channels like mine. We need people supporting financially, whichever way you can, research. Thank you, everybody who's donated tonight. Let's go on. Right. Right. I wanted to show this. Now, you've seen the pharaohs don these sort of what can only be called colloquially do-rags. They'll, they might laugh at that, but the pharaohs, their crowns, these fabric crowns, you go and watch the King's Monologues video, the crowns that didn't exist. There were no crowns in Egypt. And he goes through, there's a segment in that video where he goes through the crown. I can forget the name of it now. The sort of crown that to any decent, fair-minded person looks like it's holding a bun at the back. Locks, African locks, like a Rasta man might have on. These are the Yoruba people, and I remembered this. I remember that in the Yoruba community, from which I hail, they have our hunters and medicine men. We used to pack their hair in these sort of hats, these loose hats. You've got an individual. He's got his charms. This is a picture from, I think, the early 20th century. The early 20th century. And he's got one of these head covering type things on his head. Okay. There we go. Again, you can see somebody who's got their hair very likely packed away into that hat. And hunters it was typically the hunter class or the warrior class that wore these. It was a way of putting their hair away that they didn't want to have to cut off, but that could get in the way in a battle or whilst you're hunting a wild animal. You would pack your hair in this sort of a do-rag type head covering. Okay, let's keep going. You've got it again here, depicted in this beautiful carving. You can see the back there. This is just meant to say cultural continuity. They'll say this was a Roman soldier. They'll say this wasn't hair. This was a Roman soldier. Okay, let's keep it moving. Okay, I just wanted to show you that. All right, let's and people will believe them. So that's the sad state of things, but people will believe them because Africans aren't supposed to have created anything. We're just supposed to have waited there on our hands, have the whole continent to ourselves, and just waited on them to help us cross the Sahara. To Woo! Okay. Pièce de résistance. We are now going to look at mummy here, and we're going to look at what we're told. I want to approach this in a special way. Right. This is the denouement. This is the bit before the end. So we're coming to the end of this, but I want you to see something very intriguing. Okay? Right. Okay. Let's go to Charles Anton in his book A Classical Anthology of what was this book called? A Classical something, Classical Dictionary. There we go. Famed doctor, student of ancient history. Famed heavyweight in terms of the ancient world. And in his book, it's one of these, if you imagine like a book of charms, of book of spells, that's what this book is. It's thick, but it's been digitized, right? And he does something. You can actually capture the schizophrenia, the sort of, that's the word I'm looking for, cognitive dissonance. You can capture it live time. There's like, what's the word? A snapshot, a time capsule in this text I'm about to read to you. From what has been adduced, see if you can spot the cognitive dissonance there. I hope we're paying attention, chap. I hope we're paying, everyone in the house, I hope we're paying attention. I'm going to read you something here. I've read this before, but I want to draw something out of it before I show you the mummies. This is an honest person, but he's an honest person who he's struggling. He's struggling to come to terms with what he's been told about black folk and about it just can't be. But he knows it is. He knows the facts. He knows from what he's looked at, from what he's hearing has been uncovered in Egypt by Champollion, by Flinders, by all these people. He knows that these people have to be Africans, but he has a cognitive dissonance. Listen to this. From what has been adduced, we may consider it as tolerably well proved. We would say today, well proven. Well proved that the Egyptians and Ethiopians were natives of the same race, whose abodes from the earth. So do you hear that? He said, from what we've gathered, okay, the Egyptians and Ethiopians were natives of the same race, whose abodes from the earliest periods of history were the regions bordering on the Nile. I wish I had my jingles set. This is what he said. This is an honest individual. If you want the most honest take on something, and a historian will tell you this, you have to go back to the earliest periods of discovery. So if you want honest takes, like you don't go to hundreds of years after, you go to the earliest time that you can find this thing, this matter, or this event was taking place. That's when you get the most honest takes on something, before all the conditioning is coming to place. That's why a lot of people miss out on this. They miss this point. They think I like quotes because I like quotes. But it's important to go look, as I'm saying this up, if you can help me out, press understand if you understand what I'm trying to say here. It's important to go back to these people because this is, at this point, they had nothing to like fear. Black people weren't allowed to read. Nobody thought anything of black people in their world, in their paradigm, in their part of the world. So they're free. They're letting it all hang out. And you're just discovering these artifacts. So at this point, this is the most honest you'll find them. This is why it's important to go back to these quotes. People will ridicule this as, well, the research has gone far ahead. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. If you actually look closely, it hasn't. You know, but the earliest periods of Egyptology is when you get them at their most honest. And that's why it's important to go back to these people. Somebody asked a question in the chat. I'm trying to keep one eye on the chat. Somebody said, what year was this? It's at the bottom. Publication date 1857. 1857. He says, he's already said now, from what has been adduced, it's at the top left-hand corner here, left-hand side of the page. It's been tolerably well proved that the Egyptians and Ethiopians were natives of the same race, whose abodes from the earliest periods of history were the regions bordering on the Nile. These nations, this is the cognitive dissonance coming in, these nations were not Negroes. What? You've just said Ethiopians and Egyptians, they were the same thing. And as far as the ancient world knew them to be, the Ethiopians were Negroes. You know, the Ethiopians, unless you want to start shifting the goalposts now and start all of a sudden Ethiopians don't equal Negroes. See, but this is a man who's writing in pre-Civil War. This is published in 1857. He's writing in America and he's writing pre-Civil War. This guy can't just come out and saying, yo. Yeah, you know those slaves that we say we can't yeah, they built the pyramids. They can't just come out saying that. They can't say that. You know, you got to be careful with this stuff. You got to be careful with this stuff. He's got to be careful. So this is the cognitive dissonance. He comes in and he says, these nations were not Negroes. No. Such as the Negroes of Guinea. Ah, I see. Okay. So now we're dissecting Negrohood. Okay. Now we're dissecting who's a Negro and who's not a Negro. You know? Okay, let's go. These nations were not Negroes such as the Negroes of Guinea, though they bore some resemblance to that description of men, at least when compared with the people of Europe. Ah, right. So they're Negroes. So they're not Negroes, but really they are. They're closer to Negroes than they are white people. Ah, okay. I get you, Charles. Can you see what's going on? Can you see and this is the same cognitive dissonance that takes place. Sorry, my white brothers and sisters, not all of you, but this is the same cognitive dissonance that takes place amongst the white establishment looking at this stuff. They'll go thus far. It's like the Prince of Egypt thing. Yeah, okay, let's give them some, dark colored folk in there, but really, let's not push it too far. Just take off an extra shade of brown there. Just take off this. They're not, because we don't want them to think that they were Negroes. So let's just take off an extra shade there. That's what I'm talking about. So this is what I said. They were not Negroes such as the Negroes of Guinea, though they bore some resemblance to that description of men, at least when compared with the people of Europe. This resemblance, however, did not extend to the shape of the skull. Blah, 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 blah. Right, listen to this, because this is a stream about hair. Down below here, he says, the hair in the Ethiopians and Egyptians must sometimes have been of a more crisp or bushy kind than that which is often found in mummies. Big lie, because we're going to see the preponderance of the of mummy hair is actually kinky black hair, or in the very least, um, East African kinky. Okay, certainly a whole lot more texture to it and sort of bounce to it than European hair. Okay, but he can't let that go. So he's saying the hair must have been more crisp. No, it's the same as it's always been. Okay, we're gonna see that now. Let's go on to the next page of this, because he says something important. He says, and this is the bit that's important, he says, in complexion, thank you, Wildflower, mental gymnastics. In complexion, it seems probable that the race was a counterpart of the Fullers in west of Africa, nearly in the same latitude. What? When I first read this, I thought, hang on a minute. The Fullers, I'm from Nigeria originally, okay? But properly speaking, I'm a Nigerian person living in the United Kingdom, okay? Assimilated, integrated into the Black British experience, but ultimately I'm a Nigerian individual, okay? That's where I hail from, okay? Now, the blacker Fullers resemble in complexion the darkest people of the Nile. They are of a deep brown or mahogany color. So he's saying the Egyptians weren't Negroes. They were more like the Fullers. But the Fullers are black people in West Africa. They hail from the northern regions of Nigeria, across Senegal, some in Ghana. So let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at what the Fullers look like. This is a man who's struggling to give it up and say, okay, fine, this civilization was a black civilization. So let's have a look at what the Fullers actually look like. Pay attention to their hair. He's right and he's not right. Okay, he's right in the sense of saying, yeah, the Egyptians had that East African black look. Okay, by and large. That's as far as he's right. He's wrong in trying to separate them, and they do that today. They'll say to, especially to, like, if you're an African American, they'll say to you on a comment, yeah, but the East Africans have nothing to do with you. Oh, really? Because let me guess, you sure didn't treat them any differently when you were taking their lands and invading them and subjecting them to slavery on their property, on their own soil, and pushing them out and out of the Aswan region, pushing them further into Nubia and Ethiopia. You sure didn't treat them any better, than how you treat N-word. But all of a sudden, they'll say to an African American, or if they think you're African American, or if they think you're West African in origin, they'll say, well, they weren't like you. What do you mean? This is history repeating itself. Thank you, RJ Mackenzie. Ethiopia had to fight Italy. Yeah. They had to fight Italy off their land. So all of a sudden, let's play the game of, well, the East. It's like me all of a sudden saying, it's like saying to a white person who's writing home about the glories of Greece. Like, he's from France, he's from England, and he's writing about the glories of Greece and the architecture. And I come in and I say, well, now, before you get too high and mighty, they went white like you. What's going on? It's risible. It's risible. It's a complete, somebody said mental tennis. This is mental. Amy Winehouse had a song. I don't want the algorithm to mess this up, so I'm not gonna use the word she used. What kind of effery? What kind of effery thinking is that? All of a sudden, it's ridiculous. But let's look at what the Fullers actually look like. He says they went black, like black folk, but they were like Fullers. Let's have a look at the Fullers then. This is the former president of Nigeria. The games they play. The games they play. This is the former. He's a Fulani man. He's a Fulani man. The proper name is Fulani. Look at him. He almost looks like he could have come out of the walls. He's not black. He wouldn't. His color isn't dark black, like obsidian black. But he's still a black man. This guy will still have been refused. You're telling me this man would have been allowed on in the front of the bus in the South in America back in the 60s? You're telling me this guy would have been allowed to vote? But all of a sudden, we have to make a distinction. All of a sudden, we have to say, well. This is the level of weirdness, psychopathy that we are dealing with. Again, remember that burglar who you come in robbing your house and you're about to shoot a couple of rounds into, and he tells you, calm down now, come on, you're a bit divisive. Yeah, you're right, I'm divisive because I've just found you. Okay, this is the former president of Nigeria, a Fulani man, a Fuller man. This could be any African American individual today. Any African American individual today. Okay. Next page. This is him again. These are the Fullers when they're at home. This is what they look like. Chat, talk to me. Talk to me. They're not Negroes, though. They're not Negroes. Look at their hair. Pay attention to their hair. We're about to see mummy hair that they want us to believe because it's got a bit of looseness to it, because it's got a bit of finery to it. We're about to see mummy hair that they'll tell us, well, look, it's clearly not, you haven't got, it's not nappy hair, so therefore they're not black. Ignore the dolichocephaly. Ignore the prognathism. Ignore that. Just focus on the fact that, see, it's not nappy hair, but this is what the Fullers look like. This is what the Fullers look like. Look at them. Look at the skin coloration. We're not talking about Lupita hair. This ain't Grace Jones, but they're black. Some of these men are suspects. I don't really know. Shout out to my Fuller brothers. They kind of, they roll a type of way down there. Just the culture. Okay. So, you got, again, look at the hair. Look at the hair on this man. This is Fuller people. They range. You got this guy behind, these guys in the front. You see the hair? Right. Again, a Fuller man. Look at the skin texture. Nothing to do with the hair there. Fuller women. Skin coloration. Fuller men. Look at the hair. I'm glad I can zoom in on this. Look at the hair of Fuller men. Look at the lengths to which it can go. Look at how downy it can go. Look at how loosely fitted it can be. Yeah, I agree with you. Kushi. It's still nappy, and we will come to that. Okay? It's still nappy. And a lot happens to hair that's been dead for like 1,000 years. It's gonna get less nappy. But especially after mummification and all the chemicals that's used. But listen, but what I'm trying to show you is that there are levels to it. There are levels to even to kinky hair. Even to kinky hair, there are levels to how stubborn and how kinky hair can be. Okay. This guy looks scary. That's more like it. Come on. Give me all this. Talking about. Okay, not this guy. All right. Fulani woman. I want to focus on the hair. That's what I want to focus on. Fulani women. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Look at the facial features. Look at the physiognomy. This is who Charles Anthony believes, well, we have to stratify. The Egyptians looks like a cross section. Look at the nose on this individual. Not particularly quote unquote African. Look at his brother, friend. Look at that. Typically, a lot of ancient Egyptians had this nose structure. But were they any less Egyptian? Were they any less black? Would you run into this person and say, I can see the Eurasian admixture there? Again, look at the hair. Look at the hair. Someone's saying, some of you are commenting on the beauty of some of these ladies. Now, they are actually one of the websites I found these pictures on said, and it's not an Afrocentrist website, it's just a mainstream website. I think the title of the article was "The Most Beautiful Ethnic Group on the Earth." The most beautiful ethnic group on the earth. And you know what? Looking at a cross section, I can see why you would say that. I can see why you look at the men and the women and say, "Wow, handsome, beautiful women." I can see that. And this is the diversity within the black nation that you get in the Egyptian. When you look at the ancient Egyptian people, okay. So again, look at the hair. Focusing on the hair now. There's another Fulani lady there. More Fulani ladies. Look at their hair. What's this hair going to look like mummified thousands of years from now? Okay. It's not exactly an afro, is it? Okay. Let's keep going. Fulani lady. Look at her hair again. Look at her facial features. Look at her facial features. Definitely linotic. So again, to take you back to what Charles Anthony was saying, thank you. To take you back to what, thank you, human. I can see your comment. Please finish your sentences. I'm finding it very hard right now because I'm bombarded. There's so many things I want to say myself about what you're looking at. But let me thank you for that. I'll try my best to keep it to finish my sentences. But what Charles Anthony was saying was right. If you look at the Egyptian people, they look like a cross section of the Fulani people. But amongst the Fulani people, you will get people that look, if you didn't know any better, and maybe their hair was decomposed 1,000 years from now, you might say, oh, if you were being disingenuous, you'd have enough plausible deniability to say, oh, these are Eurasians. Oh, it's up in the air. I don't know. They might be. There's some European admixture. Do you know what I'm trying to say? There's enough plausible deniability in 1,000 years to be able to look at the skulls of these people, and maybe that the hair that remains, and say, oh well, you're looking at somebody who had European. And again, this sort of thing will happen if the world continues as it is right now. Okay, this is how Fulani man was drawn in the late 19th century. Okay, again, look at the features. Not particularly broad nose there. So there we go. let's go back to what Charles Anthony said. They weren't Negroes. They were more like the Fulanese. Now that we've had a look at the Fulanese, and again, paying close attention to their hair, now that you've had a look at the Fulanese, pray tell, what do the Fulanese look like? Unless you want to be stupid about it, they look like black people. They are black people. They are Negroes. And if that's what the ancient Egyptians looked like, then you have black people at the helm of the oldest, grandest, most durable civilization in antiquity. Do you understand that? Type understand if you do. Thank you very much. Understand if you do. Let's move on. Let's move on. I think that's the well-proven point. Okay. Let's get out of that. We've looked at the hair of the fullers. We looked at the cognitive dissonance. Now, if that's what Charles Anton classifies the ancient Egyptians as, if that's what he says, that's what the ancient Egyptians looked like. Remember, he's saying that from what we can tell from the statues. Okay, they didn't have DNA sequencing. They didn't have they just had the artwork and the texts and the descriptions from the ancient times. That's all they had. And thank you, Law Williams. Thank you. Law Williams says understand. Thank you. Okay. If that's what they had back then to go on. And honestly speaking, they were saying, look, we can't get past it. These people were black. On some level, they were black. Okay? Then whatever you find in the tombs, you have to make match what you already know to be true. You can't take the exception. And somebody, I think it was Nerd Large, who said the exception doesn't break the rule. Or sorry, Black Rampage said the exception doesn't break the rule. You can't find the odd mummy and say, oh well, it looks like it has red hair, so therefore we're just gonna go with that. They were Irish. You've got to think, what's happening to make this mummy look ostensibly prima facie, at first look, at the first sight, look somewhat Caucasian. What is it? You don't say, oh, look, I found a blonde mummy. The Egyptians were blonde. The Egyptians were Nordics. They were Vikings. You don't do that. You think, oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do just that. Okay, let's come to the mummies. I've got here for you guys. I've got a few of the mummies that they claim, because of their hair structure, that they were European or whatever. Okay. And what I've done for you is I've put them side by side with adjacent to their artistic depictions. So that, again, if you're coming to the conclusion that, oh, they must have been European, or they must have been Middle Eastern or Levantine, then you still have to say, but this is how they drew. This is how the woman wanted herself drawn. Like, sorry, but I don't understand. Like, so that's what I've done for you here. Let's look at Lady Tuya. I'm gonna try and say the names as African as possible, because some of these names, they've put their Grecian and European inflections on the way they spell them, the phonetics. Like someone like Khufu. Like, I think they call it's Khufu Cheops or something. Like, come on, this is stupid. Amose, Amosis, no, Amasis. Come on, right? Tutankhamun. You know, Tutankhamun. Yeah, you put Tutankhamun. Shut up, man. All right, Lady Tuya. Let's talk. This is Lady Tuya. There were she's a noble lady from I believe the 18th dynasty, and her granddaughter or daughter is supposedly the great lady Queen Tia, who gets married to Amenhotep III, I believe. And what you're looking at here isn't red hair, it's hennaed hair. And I was surprised when I found out. You can look this up. You can look this up. I was surprised when I found out this is henna, because it shocked me that you could actually have henna stay. Okay? You could actually have henna over thousands of years. It goes to show how well preserved, like, the mummification process, how advanced the Egyptians were in terms of mummification. And they tried to tell us that they were quite, their medicine was just based on superstition and everything. A lot of bull. It's just bull. If you're this good, if your science is this good at preserving dead bodies, there's no way you don't have top of the range medical science available. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, we're so good at preserving dead bodies that they look like they died 50, 60 years ago to us today, like, and they're like thousands of years old. But we just don't know what we're saying. We just don't know what we're doing when it comes to actual medical science. No, that's a lie. That's a load of rubbish. Okay, this is hennaed hair, but you will have this posted on many a Quora site. I hate it when I have to search for something and do some research, and it leads me down a Quora rabbit hole. Okay. But on Quora and these racist little echo chambers, they tell you that this is red hair. First of all, this isn't how red or blonde hair. Sometimes they say it's blonde hair. This is how red or blonde hair looks naturally. Okay, so you have to dig deeper, and when you dig deeper, again, you will find the sites that are honest, mainstream sites that will tell you what you're looking at is not red hair or blonde hair. This is hennaed hair. And after thousands of years, it's no surprise that it's lost kink and it's degraded. Okay, let's move on. This is Lady Tuya with her husband, Lord Yuya, next to her. Now, let's not even talk about the hair. Look at the man's kept his lips. The guy's kept his lips. It's kept his prognatism, is what we will say. This is the website. It's called Egypt Museum, and it goes into much more detail about the bodies, and it will tell you that it's hennaed hair. Okay, don't want to go into that. This is her in life. This is Lady Tuya in life. Okay, again, you'll get talk of wigs. This isn't a wig, most likely not a wig, because they just don't find these. Okay, they don't typically find these. I don't know whether grave robbers had a thing for wigs, so where are the wigs gone? Anyway, this is her hair, elaborately styled. This is her up close. Notice her features. One thing, if you go looking on the websites, again, nothing I say, I try to make, I try my best when I make my videos. And I believe others do. I really love the brother Kweli Mika for this. He goes out of his way to put in the description sources, so that we can never be accused of bro science or making things out. Trust me, bro, making things up. It doesn't stop the trolls. It doesn't stop the people coming and saying this is just black. Shut up. It didn't stop them, but you do it anyway. Okay, right. You put the information out there. Now I'm gonna say something that's gonna make me unpopular. I get very annoyed at some of the people. This is controversial, right? Controversial controversial opinion coming up. I get annoyed when I go to, and I believe he can do better. I really believe he can do better. That's why I'm saying this, because I love his content. But this information isn't there for us to just say, I'm the fountain of all knowledge. Come to me, come to my channel. It's for our children and our children's children. We can't be looking to just hoard up this information and monetize it because we want to monetize our brand. If you're doing something, I really get frustrated with it. um Mr. Imhotep, please, if you're listening, please do better. He there's a tendency to just state things and just not put the sources in. It's good if you put the sources in, because we ourselves in the family, we can go and look up this stuff ourselves. Not just trust your video. We can actually go and read this stuff ourselves. So please, if he's watching, if he's listening, that's one frustration I have with Mr. Imhotep's videos. He does great videos, well produced, but he doesn't cite the sources and the links. So, and that's really frustrating. But whatever. Okay. Other than I got no problems with him. Right. So we got Lady Tuya here, and the website. If you go on Egypt Museum, and you go on their entry on this lady, right? You will see them talk about how in actuality, the noses of the mummies had to be propped up whilst they extracted brain matter, and quite a lot of the time, and also because they didn't want the noses collapsing. Okay. So in doing this, quite a lot of the time, it accentuates the bridge. It accentuates the nose of these Africans. Okay. It makes it look like they've got these Near Eastern sort of physical features. Okay. And that explains why some of these mummies have no more prominent nose bridges than you might expect. Okay. Because you're having the noses inflated and pushed outwards so that they can do what they need to do with the mummification process. That's not me that's saying that. That's on Egypt Museum. That's on a non-Afrocentrist site explaining that. But that's important because when you actually look at the statue of the person in question, Lady Tuya, you can see her African features. You can see her African features like for all to behold. Let's look at her husband. This is Lord Yuya. This is Lord Yuya. Now, unless Lord Yuya had he just hated, he had a complex about his like light skin, fair skin, Middle Eastern skin, and wavy Middle Eastern hair, blonde hair, whatever, red hair. I don't know why he's drawing himself, why he's commissioning paintings of himself to look like this. This is him again with that butter, that animal fat in his hair, as I've explained. If you just joined us, I explained this white in the hair that you can see. It's actually very likely animal butter, animal fat. Okay, let's keep going. This is his mummy up close. Okay. Again, that's him on the left-hand side there. That's a Ushapti, a sort of miniature like sarcophagus, miniature doll that's found in his tomb, supposedly representing him. Okay. Let's leave. Let's quickly make our way down to who's next. Queen Tie, their daughter. This is we've all seen this. We've all seen this. There we go. There we go. That's reconstructions done by a Dutch fellow called Bas Uterwyk. We've all seen the King's monologues, renditions. This is a representation of this woman in life. Okay. Let's go on to, again, another representation of her in life. Do you see the lips? Do you see the broad nose? I don't understand why you would do that if you weren't. This is her next to her husband, Amenhotep III. This is an honest modern rendition of her by a guy called David Arthur. Saatchi Art. Saatchi Art. Okay. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous piece of art. Okay. This is Quintia. Again, you've got these African looking people depicted again and again. Let me come out of this. If you want to see what, in the same time period, what the Middle Easterners were actually depicting themselves as. This is what actual Middle Easterners were depicting themselves as. So, if the Egyptians were Middle Easterners, why aren't they depicting themselves looking like this? An Assyrian head. You can see the protruding nose. We tend to lead with our mouths, our jaw area, because of our high cheekbones and our prominent cheek area. This is what the Babylonians are drawing themselves as looking at. Look at this lady. I'm sure she looked fantastic in life. But like I said, we lead with our mouths, and they lead with, that is a honker. Oh, that is a honker. Goodness me. I can fit that hand up. Look at that hand going up there. Okay, stop it. Stop. Okay, right. This is what Middle Easterners are depicting themselves as. You don't have to be told this is a Iraqi woman. Okay? All right, behave. Surfactant, behave. Again, leading with the nose. Curly hair, but not curly enough to call it kinky hair there. Okay? Once again. Look at that. This is the phenotypical depiction of European, Eurasian type people with, there we go. Look at this. Again, we lead with our lips and our jaw and our mouth area. They lead with their noses. That's an easy distinction to make between Caucasian folks and what you would call people of the Negro extraction. That's not to say you can't get black people and you won't get Africans with prominent nose ridges. Okay, that's not to say that. Okay, but typically, as once again, leading with the nose. This is what you see across the ancient world when it comes to the Near East. Let's get out of that. Let's go back to what we're looking at. Let's go back to the mummies. Okay. Let's look at Tutmosis the Fourth. Right. This is the big one. So they claim that what you're looking at here is fine hair. Not true. And they also claim that what you're looking at is red hair. The pseudos claim that. However, I've looked into this. Tutmosis was found with henna extracts in his hair. Now, this isn't actually, again, you have to look at the cultural continuity. This was a thing. For whatever reason, this was a thing that was done at some point in ancient Egypt. It caught on. this is what he looked like in life as done by statues. Okay? And do not tell me that these are not meant to be somewhat lifelike. I mean, whoever asks, I don't know, whoever's asking for their boobs to be, their man boobs to be like, put the man boobs in there. Put the man boobs in. Please make sure the man boobs are in there. Come on, you're not going, you're trying to be as real as you can be. These guys are asking, they're commissioning, they're telling. There's no way I'm commissioning artwork on myself, and I'm telling, and I'm saying keep the man boobs. No way. This is going to be seen by people 1,000 years from now. I'm not. Just come on. So what you're looking at is not standardized. They like to say this is standardized. No, it's not. There's conventions. There's artistic conventions being followed. But it's not standardized. There's detail going into this. Again, look at the nose. Look, this is supposed to be a sarcophagus of Tutmosis, I think. I'm not sure because it looks quite basic. Listen, I I got no problems with being comfortable with your body, but yeah, I got no problems, but as for me, let's just I don't mind Photoshop every now and then, That's all I'm saying. Okay. Why do you think it's taking me so long to get on camera? No, sorry. Thank you very much. Right. When you look into Tutmosis, let me just read to you what Egyptology let me just read what the mummy of Tutmosis what they say about the mummy of Tutmosis the Fourth. Okay. The mummy of Tutmosis IV was found within the mummy cache of KV35 in 1898 by Victor Loret. The body of the king was moved in antiquity by ancient priests for safety reasons. The king was originally buried within his own tomb, which was discovered by Howard Carter in 1903. His body was rewrapped in its original bandages with the feet broken off but not lost. Grafton Elliott Smith, upon examining the body, concluded that the king was very ill at the time of death and seemingly suffered with an illness for a while, sadly describing Tutmosis IV as extremely emaciated. The king was balding. His mummy was the first of that time to have pierced ears. His fingernails were manicured. The mummy's hands were crossed on his chest, etc., etc. Blah, blah, blah. Talking about hair. We're looking for hair. This talks about his hair color being reddish brown, but it doesn't go on to talk about the coloration. I've got the wrong source here, but look into it when you got time. It's henna dyed hair. Now I'm taking you somewhere. This is Amenhotep. We know what Amenhotep looked like. We've seen him earlier in the live. Okay, there we go. Amenhotep is part of this 18th dynasty. This is his mummy. Can't make too much out of his hair there. But let's go. Let's keep it going. No, we're not going to do Seti. Not now. Right. Ramesses II is the guy they like to write about. They love to say about Ramesses II that his hair was red and that therefore he was Caucasian, or certainly not African, not a black person. Okay. But this is what he looked like in life. This is what he was depicted at. Remember the images I showed you of supposedly Near Eastern people, what they look like. Okay? Remember, if these people are Near Easterners, why are they not depicting themselves like their neighbors to the north, to the northeast are? Why not? Again, I'm in OTEP there. I'm sorry, Ramses the second, Ramses the second, Ramses the second. You got that deep brown coloration. Ramses II. Now, I've got this picture here to show you. Again, shout out to Kweli Mika, who was amazing in this. He's got a video out on this. They like to show this image. They like to say that, oh, Ramses is attacking the Nubians. You can clearly see the Nubians are black, except they're not all black. Some of the Nubians have black skin, jet black skin. Some of them have deep brown skin. The same. What do you get? What's this? What's this? Deep brown skin of Ramses. And there's nothing symbolic about this. This is, in some cases, yes, the color in ancient Egypt is symbolic in the artwork. Okay? Okay? However, you have to use your common sense when interpreting this stuff. In this case, there's nothing symbolic about the guy's gone like just look at the color in the horse's pee there. Okay, he's gone for the whoever's done this is trying their best to depict different color tones, the diverse color range. Some are deep jet black and some are just, oh my goodness, what the heck is that? Okay, right. It's trying to depict trying to depict different color tones. Okay, some are jet black, some are deep brown. What are you gonna tell me? What exactly are you gonna tell me now? Are you gonna tell me that the horse has been out in the sun too long? That's why, because that's what they say. They say, oh, it's to depict the people working out in the sun. Is the horse working out in the sun? Is that why the horse is brown? I really don't understand. Like, I mean, if that's the case, then his pee should be like let's stop being silly. Let's stop being silly. All right. So oh, and here's another thing. So when this was redepicted, notice this. This is a famous reconstruction of this image. This is the look, chat, you got to pay attention to this. This is the same image depicted by a Western artist, right? But look what they've done. They've kept the black Nubians. Okay? They've kept the black Nubians. But look at the other Nubians. The ones that you would the brown Nubians. Where have they gone? Where have they gone? They've disappeared. They've been made ambiguous. And now you have Pharaoh. He keeps his brown color. But where have the brown Nubians gone? Do you notice that? Press 1. Well, let's see if you're awake. Forget 1. Press 2. Press 2 if you see what's going on. So you can see, yeah, look how light skin they made the Pharaoh. But not just the fact that they made this Pharaoh like lighter brown. That's a very good point, actually. That's a very good point. But the Pharaoh is the only brown human being now. Everyone else is black and gray. You see that? And this is the image that would have done the rounds as Ramesses crushing the Nubians. But look, you go to the original artwork. and you see some Nubians brown, some black. So when you tell me that this is all an accident and this is just like people doing the best to, come on, we've been doing this for a long time. I mean, I should say they've been doing this for a long time. Okay, so just to say on that note, this is why you should take everything that comes out of the established Egyptology cartel with a grain of salt. Even when they tell you, oh, we found a mummy and we done the DNA testing and it's this and that. No. You go and dig deep yourself. This is the body of Ramses. Okay, this is the Ramses II. Now, if you look for Seti, his father, if you see the depictions of him in life, you will see that again, it's a black man being depicted. Okay, a black Nilotic East African man. Now, in this, they claim that yes, his hair was dyed with henna. Yes, his hair was dyed with henna. Okay, or preserved with henna for whatever reason. But I've looked into it, and apparently it's a fashion trend that persists today in East Africa. Not in Egypt, because they've got nothing. The modern day Egyptians have nothing, almost nothing, no affinity to the ancient Egyptians. But again, you will find the practice not there, but you will find it in the south. Upper Egypt, the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, and further down. That area where men dye their beards red. The only difference is they don't ask for their hair when they're buried to be kept like as red as possible. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. Goodness me, where's it gone? Okay, nope. 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 I'm just gonna have to leave it. Trust me. Go and Google it. Go and Google it, and you'll find East African men. They have this thing with just dyeing their hair red. Okay, but it seems that back in the day in ancient Egypt, this was a thing right up until the grave. You keep my hair as red as possible, and I want it in there. I don't know why. I've not done the research into it, but again, the sources will tell you that these mummies were found with henna in their hair. Now, they play a game when it comes to Ramses II. They claim that Ramses II, yes, his hair was found with henna in it, but we've done microscopic checks, and it seems that even his roots were red. But how so? They say that he seems to have come from a family of redheads. Family of redheads. Okay? Except that's as far as it goes. There's no other person in his line or his family that, for example, they've dug up and they've said, oh, we've done the same tests and we found that actually, they too are red. No. They've not done that. And that is where you smell a rat. That's where you start to say, okay. That's when you start to turn on pure BS detector. Because if you're telling me that he came from a family of redheads and you've dug up nobody else who a microscopic check reveals red hair, then it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't match. There was a study. Now, there's nothing on the screen. I just want you to pay attention to what I'm saying. There was a study, and you're gonna have to take my word for it here, because No, you won't. I've got it right here. There was a study done on the hair of Ramses II, reappraising this claim about his roots being red. Okay, and apparently it was submitted. It was submitted to the Egyptian antiquities department, the modern day Egyptian antiquities department, and it showed that genetically that actually he couldn't have been a redhead. He couldn't have been a redhead. Now, I've got this on a forum, on an obscure forum. Okay, according to preliminary indications, we reached a number of traits of the pharaohs. It was possible to identify genes for size, color, and eye color, and the hair of the king of the pharaonic era in which samples were collected. Blah blah blah. It has also been demonstrated that his skin was brown and his hair was black, not red. The color red has been found on his mummy, is due to a dye, probably henna. His eyes were black with a slight tinge of brown. This apparently, if you go down in this forum, and it's it's very obscure. It's from 2010, Civilization Fanatics Center. The person who posts that gets ridiculed and gets called, they're posting fake news, etc., etc. But that was apparently a study that was submitted to the Egyptian Department of Antiquities, and it was quashed. It was suppressed. Okay, the link to it was available on the internet years back, apparently, but you can't find it now. You cannot find the link to that study. Now, I hear what you're saying in the chat. Some people are saying to me in the chat that they're saying to me that the ancient Egyptians red hair, you can find red hair in Africa. I agree with you. That is a possibility, but it's a genetic sort of mutation that takes place every now and again. Okay, in Black African society, it has been documented. There's a paper from about the 50s in which a biologist or a scientist studies within West African population. I've spoken about this in another live before, and I've actually pulled up the study, so you can troll back through my lives for that. But yes, it's been documented that in pockets of Africa, you have people that just sprout red hair for whatever reason. They've tried to claim it was nutrition deficiency, but no, it's not. It's genetic. Now, there are studies that show that I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it because what I don't buy is that Ramses II did have red hair, because first of all, they've pulled up nobody else in his family, in his line, that had the same thing. So it leaves me to think, no, that's just something that you're clutching onto because it propagates a myth that you like to propagate. Most likely, it's just henna, and they play games. Again, go and watch Kweli Mika's video on the genetics of ancient Egypt, and you will see how they twist the evidence. When I'm telling you this is a psychosis, this is something that they will actually go to these lengths. Go and watch Kweli Mika's video to see the proof of that on genetics and how they play games with genetics. Find time for that video. So when you watch that video, then come back to me and tell me that they wouldn't lie about this. They would. Okay. In any case, Ramses the Third, and descendant of Ramses II, they've done genetic studies of them, and they found that their chromosomal DNA, all of that kind of that links to inner Africa, Black Africans. Okay, so that just shuts that debate up. Now, I'm going to show you something else. This is a study that talks about. I've just called someone out for not citing properly. So let me properly cite this study for you. The rate and quality of post-mortem hair root changes in relation to melanin content. It's found that there's eumelanin and there is something called pheomelanin, which is pheomelanin is responsible for the red color of hair, and eumelanin is responsible for the dark color of hair. Hairs is a relatively environmentally resistant biological material that is often found at crime scenes. Human hair is more durable than other biological traces such as blood or urine, and its collection and storage does not require specific preservation procedures. Melanin is the hair pigment, which is the main determinant of hair color. There are two pigments present in human hair: eumelanin, predominant in dark hair, and pheomelanin, responsible for hair red color. Eumelanin is more resistant, and has photoprotective properties, while pheomelanin is phototoxic and shows lower resistance to environmental factors. So straight away, that tells you that if hair is lasting thousands and thousands of years, it's most likely that actually, originally, properly speaking, that hair is composed of eumelanin rather than pheomelanin. Because why is it lasting so long? Why is it lasting so long? Why is hair lasting so long that is pheomelanin based? Okay, when eumelanin is what's more resistant to environmental factors. Okay, let's keep it moving. The differences in the properties of eu and pheomelanin are the basis of the present study, which aim to examine the rate and quality of taphonomic changes in hair roots in relation to the predominant melanin type, under the influence of selected environmental factors such as soil pH, degree of exposure to solar radiation, temperature and water from a natural water course, and chemically pure water. Therefore, changes in blonde, dark gray, red, and dyed hair roots were microscopically documented for 6 months under the influence of the above factors. The results of the study indicated that the strongest degradation potential among acidic soil and riverine environments, as well as the protective role of eumelanin against environmental taphonomic factors, indicates the strongest degradation potential. Right, cool. Okay. Degradation occurred most rapidly in the river environment, where microbial activity was additionally observed. Distilled water, exposure to sunlight, and low temperature did not lead to decomposition changes. The result of our team's research provide the basis for an extended analysis of the changes occurring in hair under the influence of environmental factors. Okay, that's a load of jargon to say this. I want to calm down. I'm going to go all the way down. You can look at this study if you want yourself. It is titled, it's a 2023 paper by Katarzyna Palacz. Lots of foreign names there. I say foreign, but not English. Okay, let's go down and just something they put in a conclusion is important for our purposes, and it's this. Okay. The present study is innovative and provides new information on the nature of hair decomposition. Until now, it has not been examined how the decomposition process can be influenced by hair color. However, the study has limitations which may provide new opportunities for further research. In order to confirm the hair color, especially of red-haired individuals, genetic tests would have to be carried out. So, this paper is telling you that for you to clarify, for you to say that this hair is red hair, actually, you have to do genetic tests. You cannot base your study on, oh, I've looked at the hair roots, a cross section of the hair roots, because especially, I think if you look into detail of this paper, I think it's saying that you can't do that, especially when you've got potential dye having been used in the hair of a red color. You have to do genetic testing. Now, when you find out about Ramses II, when they talk about his hair being red, this is what raises my alarm bells for me. They never talk about genetic testing. They know that. They know that to make a claim about his hair color being definitively red, you have to do a genetic testing. But they haven't done that. They don't do that with that. They don't, at least they don't publish reports on genetic testing for Ramses II. So that leads you to think, okay, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Okay. All right. Last but not least, I'm going to show you mummies that, again, most of the mummies look like this. Most of the mummies you find look like this. Okay. With their kinky hair. I think that might be a wig this time, though. I think that's a wig. Or some kind of hair extension, but I'm not sure. I haven't really read this particular article on this. This is the mummy of Queen Henutawi. Henutawi. That sounds Ghanaian. Henutawi. This doesn't sound Arabic. It doesn't sound. Again, you've got to listen for things like that. Okay, let's keep going. This is an Afro-Asiatic language. Emphasis on Afro. Okay, this is the mummy of. Okay, now this is one. Jeptahufank. 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 Okay. Let's keep going. This again is the mummy's hair. It's kind of grim looking at these. That's not obviously real eyes. That's been filled in. Again, these people had amazing science to be able to preserve bodies over thousands of years like this. But you can still see the hair. Again, it's off that Eastern African sort of. Remember the Fulanese. Remember that their hair is kinky, but there's grades to it. There's gradations to it. There certainly isn't European hair or Western hair or anything like that. Okay, let's keep going. This is him. And I'll prove all that to you in a second. Okay. This is the mummy there. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Blah, blah, blah. This is another queen. Queen Nojmet. Look at her hair. Look at her features. They surmise in this study that you're looking at hair that's basically weave. They say it's weave. That's her in her life next to her husband. Again, notice the fading of the coloration on her skin. That isn't, I'm willing to bet that's not yellow, but it's just a lighter brown. That's faded over time. I want you to tell me what you're looking at, family. I want you to tell me if you can see. Yeah, that does look like a weave. If that looks like any Eurasian woman you've ever met. Yeah, grim pictures. Grim pictures. This is her as she was discovered. Again, doesn't look like any Eurasian I've ever seen. Okay, this is what the great majority of the mummies look like. Black, nilotic, from their hair to their facial features. Let's come out of there. How do I know? How do I know that? What do I have to back this up? Here we go. This from an article. I tried my best. And I will find it in the end, because I always do. but I could only find an extract of it on the internet, on various forums and various sites and Facebook, right? Okay, this is from a magazine, and it's titled, the piece was called Hanging in the Hair by Anum Bantu and Fari Supia. For years, Egyptology has been fighting a losing battle to hold on to an ancient Egypt that is Caucasian, or at worst, sun-tanned Caucasian. Okay, please pay attention. Okay, at the 1974 UNESCO conference, Egyptology was dealt a fatal blow. Two African scholars, we know who they are, wiped the floor with 18 world-renowned Egyptologists. They proved in 11 different categories of evidence that the ancient Egyptians were Black African. Go and look that study up. Go and look at the results of that debate. They had nothing. They had nothing to come back with. Following that beating, Egyptology has been on its knees, praying to be saved by science. Exactly. Waiting, like saying, "Oh well, we're not sure." This, that, and the other. Like I told you with the analogy. Okay, their last glimmer of hope has been the hair of the ancient Egyptians, the Egyptian mummies. The mummies on display in the world's museums exhibit Caucasoid-looking hair, some of it brown and blonde. These mummies include Pharaoh Sekenenretau of the 17th dynasty and the 19th dynasty's Ramses II. As one scholar put it, the most common hair color then as now was a very dark brown, almost black color, although natural auburn and even rather surprisingly blonde hair are also to be found. Many black scholars try skillfully to avoid the hair problem. This is a mistake. In 1914, a white doctor in Detroit initiated divorce proceedings against his wife, whom he suspected of being a closet Negro. That's not surprising because that goes to the whole passing thing. You guys know, if you're an American, you know about the whole history of passing for white passing, type 1. In fact, type passing, if you know what that's about. So it seems like in 1914, a white doctor thought his wife was a white passing black woman, of mixed descent, obviously. At the trial, he takes his wife to court. Can you believe this? Takes his wife to court for being a closet Negro. Quote, at the trial, the Columbia University anthropologist Professor Franz Boas was called upon as a race expert. Boas declared, if this woman has any of the characteristics of the Negro race, it would be easy to find them. One characteristic that is regarded as reliable hair. Thank you, Laos Williams. You can tell by microscopic examination of a cross-section, microscopic examination of a cross-section of hair to what race that person belongs. So enough of the games about, oh, the hair looks fine. We're talking about hair that's been degraded after years and years, like millennia of like chemicals from embalming that the ancient Egyptians used. And you want to tell me, oh, because you find a couple of them that look fine after this process, after henna dye, after, we all know what hair looks like. Black hair looks like permed in life. In fact, let me do something. We could do something here. It's ridiculous, but let me just. Where is it? Where is it gone? No. Come on. No, it's not in there either. Okay, never mind. Oh, I really I thought I had this. Sorry, family. No. Okay, I don't have it. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Black household names. This is a fellow called Didier Drogba. Type one, if you know who Didier Drogba is, one of my favorite footballers of all time. Um, I'm not even a supporter of Chelsea. I don't support. I don't support anyone right now. Actually, I haven't got time for it. But um, when I was following football, my team was Manchester United. This is a man who played for Chelsea. This is his hair. I always wondered about his hair. I was, well, why has he got it in that style? But this is his hair. He obviously retouched it and relaxed it and whatever to get it this way. But this is his hair in life. Okay, this is him a bit cold on one of the cold days in London down there. But this is him in his youth. This is his hair, normal, natural African hair. And Rick James, shout out if you know who Rick James is. Type, you all know who Rick James is. You got Rick James there. My girl loves to party all the time, party all the time. Ooh. Okay, right. That's what his hair looked like permed in real life. That's his real hair. Okay, that's his real hair. But younger, you can see what his hair looks like. You can see playing there with, I think, Neil Young and members of Neil Young's band. Okay, there he is again. Rick James, there we go. There he is. So you can see what black hair can become just treated. You can see what black hair can become treated in life. Okay? That's in life. Now, treat it. Again, when you're talking about mummies, you're talking about people of, first of all, of an East African extraction. Okay? Their hair is embalmed and treated with all kinds of chemicals. We'll have to get, you can do your research into that, what kind of chemicals went into there. Some hennaed, and you're expecting, you can't tell just by looking at it what its original form would have looked like after that kind of treatment in a lot of the cases. Okay? So you have to go and do deeper scientific analysis. And what the deeper scientific analysis shows is that when you do a cross-section analysis of hair, okay, that tells you much more accurately the kind of hair you're looking at. Okay? With this revelation, I read on this article, with this revelation, trichology, the scientific analysis of hair, reached the American public. But what are these differences? Okay? The cross-section of a hair shaft is measured with an instrument called a trichometer, however you want to pronounce it. From this, you can get measurements for the minimum and maximum diameter of a hair. The minimum measurement is then divided by the maximum and then multiplied by 100. This produces an index. A survey of the scientific literature produces the following breakdown. Okay? San, Southern African, 55. That's an index ratio of 55, 55.00. We'll just call it 55. So the Khoisan people, 55. Zulu, Southern African, 55. Sub-Saharan African, 60. Tasmanian Black, 64.70. Australian Black, 68. Western European, 71.20. Asian Indian, 73. Navajo American, 77. Chinese, 82.60. So as you get further out from the black contingent, you see it loses, it gets higher up in terms of the numbers, the indexes being used. In the early 1970s, Czech anthropologist Eugene Stroh examined pre-dynastic Egyptian skulls at Cambridge University. I've seen this paper, by the way. Okay, I've seen this paper. He sent some samples of the hair to the Institute of Anthropology at Charles University, Prague, to be analyzed. The hair samples were described as varying in texture from wavy to curly, and in color from light brown to black. Straw, however you say that, straw, summarized the results of the analysis. The outline of the cross sections of the hairs was flattened, with indices ranging from 35 to 65. 35 to 65 between Tasmanian black, okay, and Khoisan black, okay. This is pre-dynastic Egyptian skulls. This is hair from pre-dynastic Egyptian hair, okay. And the ratio was 35 to 65. That's in that kinkier half of that table. This isn't me that did this study. This isn't an Afrocentrist that did this study. I've read that study. Even with those results, Stroll is, again, he's got the cognitive dissonance. He doesn't know how to like match like what he doesn't know how to, he can't compute. The whole paper is kind of some BS about how they were diverse, skewing towards Caucasian. So he finds a way to get out of it. He kind of wriggles out of it. He plays that mental gymnastics to get out of it. So the paper isn't all good for us, you know. It's just this part of it, he can't help but publish his findings. But the range, the cross section of the mummy hairs that Stroll finds is between 35 to 65. That is the kinkier end of the index table. The term Negroid influence is what Stroll uses in his paper, and Negroid influence is what he says, and this article says suggests intermixture. But as the table suggests, this hair is more Negroid than the San and Zulu samples, currently the most Negroid hair in existence. 34 to 65. In another study, hair samples from the 10th, 18th to 25th dynasty individuals produced an average index of 51. 51. That's again between that's kinkier than the Zulu Southern African. The Zulu Southern African is 55. 51. Okay? As far back as 1877, Dr. Pruna Bay analyzed 6 ancient Egyptian hair samples. Their average index of 64.4 was similar to the Tasmanians, who lie at the periphery of the African-haired populations. Okay? You hear that? So now we've moved further on in time. We're in the 18th to 25th dynasty, and now the hair is slightly less kinkier, but it's still within the Black African range. Right. Let's finish off here. A team of Italian anthropologists published their research in the Journal of Human Evolution in 1972 and 1980. I've not found this paper. They measured, I will find this though. They measured 2 samples consisting of 26 individuals from pre-dynastic 12th dynasty and 18th dynasty mummies. They produced a mean and average index of 66.5. Let's go back. That's between the sub-Saharan African is 60, Australian black, the Aborigines is 68. This hair was 66 on average. There's nothing Caucasian or Levantine to me about that. That falls within the range that you would expect, being Eastern African. We've seen, if you've just joined us, sorry, but you have to go back after this has been put up. If you've just joined us, we've seen how the Eastern African hair type is a very diverse cross-section, but within a range of what can be described still as kinky black hair. Certainly kinkier than European or Middle Eastern type hair. And that's what this study is showing, that the hair of the mummies, by and large, not even by and large, there's no need for that adjective. The hair of the mummies found that the testing, again and again, falls within the African index for cross-section, for kink, for curliness and coil. Okay, right. Dr. Pruna Bay was a scumbag. He was an Egyptologist, a biologist from the 870s. This guy was a scumbag. He believed he was sick, absolutely sick. He wrote stuff about how, and he did this study. And again, but he wrote about how we were, monkeys and everything like that. It's just it's not even worth going into. But even his analysis shows this. As far back as 1877, Dr. Pruner Bay analyzed ancient Egyptian hair samples. The average index was 64, was similar to Tasmanians who lie at the periphery of the African haired populations. We've read that, blah, blah, blah. Since microscopic analysis shows ancient Egyptian hair to be completely African, why does the hair sometimes look Caucasoid? Research has given us answers. Hair is made of keratin protein. Keratin is composed of amino acid chains called polypeptides. In a hair, two such chains are called cross-chain polypeptides. These are held together by disulfide bonds. The bulk of the hair, the source of its strength and curl, is called the cortex. The hair shafts are made of protective outer layer called the cuticle. Okay? I'm going to skip ahead. When hair is exposed to harsh conditions, it can lead to oxidation of protein molecules in the cortex, which lead to the alteration of hair texture, such as straightening. Two British anthropologists, Brothwell and Spearman, have found evidence of cortex keratin oxidation in ancient Egyptian hair. They held that the mummification process was responsible because of the strong alkaline substances used. This resulted in a yellowing and browning of hair as well as the straightening effect. Look up these studies yourselves. So when they tell you these things and they show you these pictures and they expect you to just forget what you're seeing on the walls, what the ancient texts said, what Diodorus said, what Herodotus said, this is what they're not telling you. But you don't even need scientific study to come to that conclusion. It makes sense that hair changes texture. Black hair in life, you can manipulate it to change texture. What you can't do, very, 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 very seldom do, is change white hair into kinky black hair. I told you, I've got white friends. I got white friends, I got a white family who are constantly trying to make their hair into something that it can't do. The vice versa with black hair is not true. Black hair, although tough and stubborn, can be manipulated far more easier than Caucasian hair. And when you've got things undergoing an intense mummification process, you're going to get these results. I've not done these studies. White Caucasian individuals have done these studies. Okay, so. And they're telling you, except the thing is, I saw in the chat earlier, I'm trying to keep up with you guys in the chat. You have to dig. You have to dig for this stuff because they're not going to tell you outright that, oh, we've actually done studies on this. They're only going to present to you the studies that present a particular image. Okay? And I will find this article and I'll find the article cited. And I might just post it underneath this video when I finally find them. I might just I'll put it in the description. That's what's going on with the mummy hairs. That explains everything. One more thing. Let me show you one more thing. Nope, not there. This is an article, a very short ditty by an excavator, an archaeologist working in Egypt. Andrew Wilson, archaeological hair. The common misconception, this is what he looks like. He's a UK individual. Okay. The common misconception, again, this is not this isn't an Afrocentrist. Okay, it's a white guy telling you this. He says this: the common misconception that all hair turns red over archaeological timescales has found its way into archaeological folklore. While certain environments, such as those producing bog bodies, are known to yield hair of a red-brown color, in part because of the breakdown of organic matter and presence of humic acids, okay, hair actually changes color. It turns red-brown. They know this. They know this. These men have been. They know what hair does, but they will write to you. They will leave out that fact. They will just post up a mummy and they say, "Oh, we found. Oh, it seems to have red-brown hair," knowing what that does to the trolls. The trolls have a big old, you know what, down below when they see that. They're a big old. They love it. They can now write. Oh, see, told you. But they will leave out this key part that hair turns brown and red, decomposed quite frequently. Okay. All right. In part because of the breakdown of organic matter and presence of humic acids, which impart a brown color to recovered remains, it has commonly been assumed that this happens to all archaeological hair. This concept has been perpetuated by popular nicknames such as ginger, affectionately given to predynastic burial with red hair. So there's some predynastic mummies that have this red hair. Potential change to hair color can be explained more scientifically by examining the chemistry of melanin, which is responsible for hair color in life. All hair contains a mixture in varying concentration of both black, brown eumelanin and red, yellow pheomelanin pigments, which is susceptible to different chemical change under certain extreme burial conditions. Importantly, listen to this. Importantly, pheomelanin is much more stable to environmental conditions than eumelanin. Okay? Hence, the reactions occurring in the burial environment favor the preservation of pheomelanin, revealing and enhancing the red color of hairs containing this pigment. Color changes occur slowly under dry oxidizing conditions, such as the burials. Whether the conditions with wood and plaster coverings contributed to accelerated color change, or whether this individual naturally had more pheomelanin pigmentation in his hair, is hard to say without further analysis. I read that to you to say that the hair changes color, and to decide what the natural state of the hair was, originally you're having to do more studies. You have to do genetic studies, you have to do cross-section analysis, as we've read. All of this is what they leave out when they tell you we found red-headed mummies, we found blonde mummies, whatever. Okay, you just have to say whatever to it. It's mind numbing. Okay. I was going to show you one more thing, and then that was that. But it's 1 a.m, guys. It's 1 a.m in the UK, in the United Kingdom, and I don't want to go, but I have to go. I have to go because tomorrow is dead in the water. It's completely dead in the water already, and tomorrow is today. It's 1:22. Okay, I don't know what time that is in America, but this has been a marathon and a half. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I'm so proud. So proud of the community. So proud of you guys who've joined us. And I'm just blown away. I mean, I'm looking at the chat now and I've still got 75 people watching. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Okay. Till next time, guys. 4 hours. Oh my goodness. 4 hours and 42 minutes. 42 minutes. Oh my goodness. Right, guys. It's been a pleasure. I've loved spending time with you all. hit like. If you've got multiple accounts, hit like. If you're watching this post facto, if you're watching this after it's been recorded, after it's been streamed, please hit the like button. Help this go out. This has been a detailed, deep dive, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. Press one. Show me some love if you've actually enjoyed this. And I probably should do more of these. It's like an old friend. If you've not, you don't meet up regularly, and when you meet up, it's just bam. So if I do this more regularly, then there won't be any need for like 5-hour long streams. But I do love to go in. I love to go in properly and give the trolls, give the detractors, give the deniers nowhere to run. Nowhere to run. That comes from my training as my legal training. You go in with your bundle, your evidence, your files, everything all prepped, and you nail them. You nail them to the wall. So thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you for being help in the chat. Thank you, Nerd Large. Thank you, Law Williams. Thank you, or is it Law Williams? Keisha Carwood, Wildflower, Surfactant, Black Rampage 2. All of you. Thank you so much. Cushy, blessed. Thank you. I'm going to end stream now. I'm going to say good night. And thank you for joining me, Trillblack. And this was a face reveal, right? And yeah, maybe I should do it more often. All right. God bless. God bless, guys. Bye. Peace. Oh, forgot to say, trillblack.myshopify.com if you want the t-shirt. Support us, please. And what's I got to say? Support. You've got to support. Okay, you've got to support, guys. Please. Doing this on a shoestring, and I'm trying to really make it work. Okay, so support us. Trillblack.myshopify. Kush to Compton. We're out. Bless.